Rally.
Just if the people that voted for President Trump simply vote on Tuesday, we will win. That's actually all it takes. Just vote. Boom. Done. Victory.
Democrats who claim Musk is out of control, leading Doge, slashing federal spending, say he's trying to buy the election. Campaigning for conservative Brad Schimmel. A win for him against Susan Crawford would shift the currently left-leaning Wisconsin State Supreme Court 4-3 to the right.
Well, the Wisconsin Supreme Court plays politics. They routinely enter into matters that typically legislatures handle. And so the fear in Wisconsin is they're going to come in and then they're going to allow redistricting to take place where they would gerrymander the House in Wisconsin, throw Republican congressmen out prior to the next census to throw the House to the Democrats. That's the fear. How well-founded it is, I'm not sure. But that Supreme Court there is one of the most political Supreme Courts in the United States. So making it swing from liberal to conservative would be a way to prevent that gerrymandering from happening and honoring the tradition, which is a 10-year census.
Now, President Trump won that state narrowly. It is a Republican legislature, but there is a Democratic governor. It has been a purple state for a while now. Elon Musk has certainly been a lightning rod recently with Doge and the Department of Government Efficiency. How popular or unpopular do you think he is? Are we going to find out and get an idea based on the voting on Tuesday?
Well, I thought it was smart of Musk to dive in because he was already on the ballot. The Democrats are already running against Elon Musk and Doge and the scare tactics that come with it. So if you're going to be part of the race, you might as well get up there and energize your base and not just take a pummeling. And again, this goes back to what I said at the beginning. Do the Democrats hate Trump more than Republicans love Republicans? They're turning out because they hate Trump and they hate Musk. In order to get Republicans to turn out, you need Elon Musk. You need Donald Trump to energize Republicans and convince them it's a real race. You know, Elon Musk came into Pennsylvania a ton in the 2024 race and helped elect Dave McCormack in the United States Senate, helped take Pennsylvania red for Donald Trump. So Musk has a track record of playing in these states. He should play in Wisconsin. I'm glad to see he's doing it.
He gave $1 million to two different people who had signed petitions to against activist judges. And he's going to give $20. If you send him a photo of somebody with a lawn sign and a thumbs up on their yard, you'll get $20. This has made Democrats even more angry. He's trying to buy votes. I mean, this is a very different person, isn't it?
You know, and I got to say, I have some sympathy for the Democrats on this one. It is a different way of doing politics, and it's sure. I hope it's legal. I'm told it's legal. You read about it. You're advised it's legal. The Wisconsin DA tried to do something to stop it. He was unsuccessful, the attorney general there. But it sure sounds like it's close to the line. As long as it's legal, I suppose that's fine. But this pushes an envelope.
You're certainly confident Republicans can win in Florida in the special House elections. What about Wisconsin?
The history of Republicans in Wisconsin is they lose these specials. And I think that's tough to overcome that history. So it would not surprise me if this liberal seat stays liberal. And then you'll have to keep your eye on to see what the legislature does if they try to jam through a mid-course rejiggering of the House in Wisconsin, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court allows it to happen.
Does these elections give the Democrats the chance for the momentum they've been searching for since they lost in November?
Yeah, it gives them a political argument. It doesn't necessarily give any reliable indication what will happen in more than a year from now, 18 months from now, 20 months from now in the midterm election. But there was a race in Pennsylvania for a state Senate seat in a Republican district that went Democrat just last week. And now you've got Florida, you've got Wisconsin. If the Democrats can string together some upset victories in these places, and you'd have to have Florida for that to happen, then it gives them a bragging point. It gives them a little momentum. It helps them shift from the argument of they have no leader, they're terribly unpopular, they're a violent party, they're attacking Tesla dealerships. It helps change the subject to the fact that, maybe Democrats can win. So it's got a short-term burst of importance.
Ari Fleischer, former White House press secretary under President George W. Bush, Fox News contributor. Thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do these three words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Emergencies strike at any time without warning. When they do, food disappears fast. That's why prepared Americans trust My Patriot Supply, the leader in long-term emergency food storage, to protect their families. For a limited time, order their best-selling 4-week emergency food supply and get 4 free 72-hour food kits. That's 12 extra days of food at no extra cost. That's nearly 2 weeks of extra food, free, to keep your family secure. Plus, free shipping. Order by 3 p.m. for same-day shipping. All kits deliver 2,000 calories per day of easy-to-prepare meals with a shelf life up to 25 years. These kits that have been rated 4.8 out of 5 stars by tens of thousands of folks like you. When the next crisis hits, you'll be ready. Stock up now at MyPatriotSupply.com before this deal disappears. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com for your 4-week emergency food supply and 4 free extra food kits. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com or at your local CVS.
Look through your children's eyes and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
During the COVID-19 crisis, anyone seeking help with a drinking problem can find help. Alcoholics Anonymous is here for you. Links to online meetings are at aa.org.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT. With Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I need to get below 200. I can't carry it anymore. I look like a schlub. I've got things that are jiggling in places that I shouldn't have places. For those who think I'm not going to be able to pull it off, just remember when you doubted me for the bike ride.
All you need to do is do the bike ride, you'll lose weight.
All I have to do is just cut out booze and carbs.
In all seriousness, I think all of this talking about him not having a great lifespan.
You guys are wearing me down.
Working on him.
Yeah.
See?
Good for all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure why I want to stick around for another 40, but maybe I do.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the party of the year. Come celebrate the Citizens Fanatic birthday on Sunday, April 20th at 1:35 when the Phils take on the Marlins. And kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic widget hat. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. We're always loving our McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Fans 15 and over can snag one at CBP on Wednesday, April 2nd when the Phils host the Rockies at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the Rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I could really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal and Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day, with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
Dow was up 418, the S&P 500 up 31. The Nasdaq, though, down 24. For the month of March, the Dow lost over 4%, the S&P down 5 3/4%, and the Nasdaq fell over 8%. For the first quarter of the year, the Dow lost almost 1.3%, the S&P just short of 4.6%, and the Nasdaq lost over 10.4%. The Nasdaq and the S&P in their worst quarters since 2022. Of course, the big reason, tariff concerns, as President Trump unveils reciprocal tariffs tomorrow. He has tried to lessen worries.
They will be kinder than those countries were to the United States of America over the decades.
The good news for those who have gold, it closed Monday over $3,100 an ounce for the first time ever. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Tomorrow, April 2nd, is Liberation Day, President Trump says, when new tariffs kick in for imports from countries around the world.
They ripped us off like no country's ever been ripped off in history. And we're going to be much nicer than they were to us, but it's substantial money for the country.
He says it's about making fair trade deals and encouraging companies to make more products in the U.S. that then won't be tariffed. Some prices are expected to go up. The stock market's down since the start of this second term. The NASDAQ, mostly tech stocks, is down more than 12%. Supporters say the tariffs may cause some short-term pain for long-term gain.
Well, in general, I've talked to a lot of business leaders, as you can imagine, about this.
Pennsylvania Senate Republican Dave McCormack is a former investment management executive and author with his wife Dina of the new book, Who Believed in You? How Purposeful Mentorship Changes the World.
The tariffs are creating volatility, in part anxiety, because there's uncertainty. But you have to look at the big picture. There's a lot of certainty that these tariffs are coming into. Number one, we're headed into probably the biggest deregulation period since Ronald Reagan in 1981. Incredible. Two, we're unlocking energy and energy dominance, which is going to change our economic outlook in significant ways. Three, we're going to get the tax bill either extended or made permanent. I suspect made permanent, which is a critical part of certainty. And then finally, we have over $2 trillion of new investment that's already been committed over the last couple months. That's the context. And then the tariffs do create uncertainty. I'm in favor of doing this in the sense that it's necessary to make sure American workers are getting a fair deal. We've been getting an unfair deal for many, many years. And that's why reciprocal tariffs, which are targeted on places where the countries we trade with are putting in non-tariff barriers or unfair trade practices, is where I think we're going to have the biggest benefit. We'll learn a lot more in the next couple of days, obviously.
What do you tell constituents who, let's say inflation goes up, let's say there's stagflation, where the economy is not growing but prices are going up? What do you tell them that might be unhappy about that for the next weeks, months?
Well, the way I think about the economy, it's kind of like a big aircraft carrier, and you got 5 or 6 different dials, right? For example, if you're cutting the cost of government significant, that's deflationary, right? If you are able to lower interest rates, that's inflationary. You're trying to find the right balancing act. So this is just one of many measures. The president's a business guy. He's going to continue to adjust as he gets feedback from the economy. But I do think the idea of taking some pain in terms of potential increase in prices in certain areas to ensure fairness for the American worker, which is going to create great paying jobs and be a stimulant to our economy. I think that's a trade-off we're taking as long as we can keep it focused on the areas where we have unfair trade barriers.
Speaking of getting that tax bill passed, there are a couple special elections in Florida. There are 2 vacancies with the loss of 2 Democrats. Let's see things tighten up. Is there pressure, especially with that slim majority in the House, is there pressure to get things done just as soon as possible?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We ran. President Trump ran. I ran. We won on a mandate for change. Now, I think it's fair to say in the history of new presidents, certainly in my lifetime, there's never been a flurry of activity like we've seen under President Trump to deregulate energy and unlock our economy and close the border and so forth. On the economy and the inflation challenge that was left by President Biden, it's going to take a little bit to get that under control. But we've got a set of promises. We got to deliver change. We have the majority in the House, Senate, and the White House, obviously. That gives us a lot of opportunity under reconciliation to make big changes. And we shouldn't take anything for granted. We had the euphoria of November. But, man, we got to bear down and deliver on the promises. I know I've spoken literally in the last week with President Trump about it. I know he feels that sense of urgency. We all do.
You were supposed to have this event with fellow Pennsylvanian, John Fetterman, your colleague, a Democrat in the Senate. What do you make of the new friends and enemies he's been making lately? New friends on the right, new enemies on the left. I mean, is he just a call it as he sees a guy, or there doesn't seem to be a lot of strategizing with a guy like that?
Well, I think both parties have its set of extremes, but there is a set of, I think, lunatics on the left that are very hard for any Democratic politician to accommodate. I think in Senator Fetterman's case, listen, he and I sat down. We disagree on a lot.
Yeah.
But we agree on a lot. And we are in a state where we have to find common ground to get things done for our for fellow Pennsylvanians. He and I have found common ground on anti-Semitism, on Israel, on protecting mushroom farmers in Chester County, on benefits for the bereaved of killed soldiers, for a fentanyl bill. So we're trying to do things on behalf of Pennsylvania. And the thing I could say about Senator Fetterman, and I genuinely believe this, it's the best thing I could say about any politician, I think. I believe he's completely authentic. I think he's supporting the things he believes in. I think he's also a savvy politician. I think he sees that his party is wildly out of step. But I also think he's very authentic, and I think he's going to be a good partner to work with on key things.
Let's talk about the new book, Who Believed in You? How Purposeful Mentorship Changed the World, with, of course, Mrs. McCormack, Dina Powell McCormack. These stories about finding a mentor, being a mentor. We'll talk about some of the other stories, but talk about one of yours or one of Dina's.
Yeah, in my case, first of all, we wrote the book during COVID, so it's been around for a couple years.
I've talked to plenty of authors of plenty of books that were written during COVID. It's a lot of time to think and a lot of time to write.
Exactly, but we didn't publish it because we were in the middle of 2 campaigns, a losing campaign and then a winning campaign. So this has been around for a while. It was inspired by the fact that during COVID, our 6 daughters were living with us. They were disconnected from their coaches, their teachers. We started to talk about mentorship. And then really before we decided to write a book, started to talk to some of our friends about mentorship. And very successful people, the common theme was time and again, a key person or two had made the difference in the lives of critical people. So in the book, we have, corporate titans, Alex Gorski or Steve Schwartzman. We have politicians, Sarah Huckabee, Condoleezza Rice. All of them could point to a person or two. In my case, it was a football coach. I grew up in rural Pennsylvania. I was a sophomore in high school. I was a bench warmer. Didn't get much playing time. The coach got fired, a new coach came in, and all summer, all he did was watch films. And he called me out of the blue. I never knew him. And he said, listen, I've been watching. I think you got some promise. I'm going to put you in this position. You got to earn it. I started to get off to a good start. He made me the co-captain of the team in my junior year. Would have never imagined it. I ended up being an all-state football player, went to West Point. I was recruited to play football there originally. It literally changed my life. This guy changed my life.
I mean, it's a butterfly effect thing. If that guy hadn't been hired as the coach at that time, who knows? I'm sure you would have been a successful guy anyway, but you don't know where the steps would have gone.
You don't know. And that's the key thing. So the book has all these, famous people you'll know of. In the book, the book's not about the famous people. The book is about the people you've never heard of who made the famous people famous. And the headline is, we can all make a big difference. You don't have to be a senator or a corporate CEO. You can make a big difference by helping someone find their purpose, that can change your community, it can change your state, it can change the country. And for your listeners, the one thing I want to say, and this came out every time, ask yourself who believed in you. Two, if you haven't thanked that person, go thank him. One of the things that came out, people would say, you know, Christine Lagarde, who's in the book, said, oh my God, I realized that person never knew how much they mattered to me. And then finally ask yourself, what are you doing? What are you doing to pay it forward, to mentor the next generation? Our future depends on them.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody told Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility.
Good point.
And that's
I'm going to use that.
Good. I'm happy about that. You say leaders just basically have a duty to help create the next community, the next generation, whatever, right, with similar values and similar ethics.
That's right. We saw across these relationships 4 things that kind of make for a really powerful mentoring. One is trust. You got to trust. You got to have trust both ways. 2, you got to have common values. This is not just about helping somebody get promoted. It's about helping them find their purpose in life. 3, you got to have a commitment. You can't just be there when you're available. You got to be there for your mentor. And finally, you got to help people find their confidence, because the thing that you'll find all these stories, my own story, you're going to have failure.
If you don't have that 4th, you're not going to get the first 3 done.
Exactly. And you're going to have to overcome failure. In my case, I was CEO of Bridgewater. I got fired, and then eventually came back to be CEO again. I ran for Senate, lost. You're going to have adversity. You're going to have failure. Mentors are often crucial in that key moment to help you overcome it, to show the resilience, and to get back on track.
Anybody in this book that, I don't know if you knew everybody previously or at least knew of them, or was there somebody like, you know what, this is a good excuse to maybe talk to this person that I'd like to talk to, or maybe need to know a little bit better? Is there a story that pleased you in that way?
You know, there's a lot of, we knew pretty much everybody in the book, but there's so many great stories that are unexpected. A good one that just to mention is Satya Nadella. Satya Nadella is the CEO of Microsoft. I think arguably the most successful CEO in the country. He's had a remarkable 10-year story here. But he tells a story. He grew up in India and played cricket, and this young man was sort of took an interest in him and helped him become a better cricket player and gain confidence. But then he joined Sun Microsystems, became a software developer. And he was kind of a mid-level guy at Microsoft. And Microsoft bought a company called Great Plains Software, and the founder of that became his boss and saw something in him and helped him grow and prosper. That executive was Doug Burgum.
That's funny.
And who's, of course, our energy secretary, the former governor of North Dakota. And Doug Burgum not only mentored Satya and helped him, got to know his parents and everything, but when they were thinking about CEOs to take over, they did some calls around Steve Ballmer, who was the sitting CEO. And Satya was not in the inner circle of likely candidates, and Doug Burgum said, this guy's special, and he was. Doug Burgum changed Satya Nadella's life, and we didn't know what a big impact that would have had until he became CEO of Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, at least he helped. He stuck that foot in the door for him, and then he had to open it the rest of the way.
That's right. Yeah. Another one in the story, which is it's a really interesting mix of people. David Chang. David Chang is a very famous chef and has created this food empire. And his mentor was Anthony Bourdain, who was the famous chef who sadly took his own life some years ago. But he tells the story of how his relationship with Anthony really allowed him to see the possibilities. And then at one point, Anthony's life sort of started to go on a path. And through that relationship, David learned what he didn't want to do. And so sometimes with mentorship, you see all that you can be. You also see what you don't want to be. And that's one of the lessons of the book.
Senator McCormack's book with his wife, Dina Powell McCormack, of course. Who Believed in You? How Purposeful Mentorship Changes the World. Senator, thank you very much.
WhoBelieveInYou.com. Thank you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do these 3 words make you cringe? Calcium oxalate stones. If so, then this message will be a huge relief, because now there's a kidney health supplement that has shown in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. It's called Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector, and nothing else comes close to its success. In fact, it has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Kidney Cop is so innovative, it's been awarded 5 U.S. patents, is recommended by doctors and pharmacists, tests and is winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cop is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cop right away. Purchase Kidney Cop today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Benaria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Venaria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or venariadental.com.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
The American Red Cross Red Ball 2025 is coming to Philadelphia's Avenue of the Arts at the Bellevue Hotel on Saturday, April 5th. Red Ball is a reception-style gala. That means no long sit-down dinner. Guests enjoy fabulous food stations, art and silent auctions, live music, and more at this unique charity gala. Support the local work of the American Red Cross by getting your tickets to Red Ball 2025 at redcross.org/redballphilly.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Fox has learned President Trump is mulling multiple plans now for his reciprocal tariffs due to be announced Wednesday, and they say that he has not formally made a decision just yet. Meanwhile, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is calling any tariffs a tax hike on American families.
This is not what the American people want. Americans and American businesses detest the chaos and unpredictability that Trump brings.
Florida is holding a special election today to fill 2 seats vacated by former lawmakers to have to serve in the Trump administration. Republicans hoping both will be filled by GOP candidates who would then increase the House's slim majority. And Wisconsin voters will select a state Supreme Court justice today. Democrat Dane County Circuit Judge Susan Crawford is running against former State Attorney General Brad Schimmel, who was supported by Elon Musk, both in person and financially. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Atlanta Braves are having a tough start to the season. Major League Baseball announced an 80-game suspension for outfielder Jurickson Profar on Monday after he tested positive for a performance-enhancing substance. Profar will be able to return to the field on June 29th, but as part of his suspension, he will not be eligible for the postseason should the Braves qualify. Profar agreed to a 3-year, $42 million deal with Atlanta in January after a big year with the Padres, where he set career highs in batting average, home runs, and RBIs in 2024, while being named to his first All-Star team. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Asking the question why versus asking the question why not. That's Deion Sanders to me. One thing I appreciate about the guy is, and he said, hey, it's a terrific idea. I've told the people in charge it's a terrific idea and we should do it. But when someone floats an idea or wants to try something, you got the two types of responses. The person who will always say, well, why? And why would I want to do the extra work, or why would I want to do this, or why would I want to check with that person, or why would I want to go to this effort, whatever it is, whatever that why is, versus the person who responds by saying, why not? We tried it the other way. It's going downhill. Most college programs don't want to do it anymore. So why not? Why not have a pro-style system where you get together for 3 practices over the course of a few days, and then you play a spring game head-to-head in the end of it? I love it. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump's big tariff reveal happens Wednesday, and aides say the levies will be country-specific with import taxes on individual sectors coming later. The NASDAQ 100 has posted its worst quarter since 2022, and it's not just due to concerns about tariffs. People on Wall Street say there may be a bubble brewing in artificial intelligence, with some companies pulling back on the money being spent on data center infrastructure to power AI. The damage is piling up among the stocks that had, until recently, been the market's biggest drivers, like Nvidia and Broadcom. Makers of vaccines and gene therapy saw their shares tumble Monday after word the FDA's top regulator for that research, Peter Marks, has resigned. He was seen as one of the FDA's biggest advocates for the therapies. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for the veteran community at Team Foster's Rough Ride Philly event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on May 31st at the 23rd Street Armory. Part competition and part festival. You can ride for 15 minutes or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Philly at roughride.org. That's roughride.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-285-8939. 800-285-8939. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-285-8939.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, April 1st. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Happy April Fool's Day. And also, it is Tuesday Trivia Day for a chance to maybe scoop up a pair of Phillies tickets coming up later this month. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday.
After the storms.
Yeah. Gregory.
Elon baby mama drama. Kid Rock looking like a
mummer.
Or a gay Elvis.
Clown.
And, by the way, I love Phillies games at 3:05 in the afternoon.
Yes.
I love all sporting events as early as possible.
Game was over 5:47.
Yep.
Well, thank God before the storms hit.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it was, we need more 3:05 games.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
I agree.
Very much. It was a beautiful day yesterday until, like Dawn said, the storms came and kept my 4-year-old up. But that's my own cross to bear.
I slept like a baby with my window open during the storm.
8:45. Thank you very much for those storms at that time, at least in my area.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. Early baseball games, Make it early football games. Just move the Eagles to London. Let them play at 9:30 every Sunday morning.
Yeah.
Breakfast and football. I'd be great with that. We got a lot of good things to get to on the show today. All right, party's over. Where the heck is the passion? Big election in the Badger State today with Elon Musk heavily invested. We'll talk about that in the big take.
Invested, yes. That's a word.
That's a word, right? Meet Dark MAGA.
If it was Soros, it would be buying.
Hey, we have our billionaire. We have the left's new boogeyman. But will we cash in on it? We're going to have to talk about that and get a little angry here. Also, a bad look for Musk when it pertains to baby mama drama on social media. I'd probably avoid that. Millennials and Gen Z. This is why I personally identify as Gen X. If a man can identify as a female, a millennial can identify as a Gen Xer because they're embarrassed by the weakness of millennials.
We don't want you. You can't have our generation.
But I thought this was an inclusive,
Thank you.
safe space.
No, it's not. No, it's not inclusive.
All right.
No.
Sorry.
Our generation is not. Gen X is not inclusive.
That's right.
All right?
I'll go elsewhere. Plus a trifecta of identity politics in sports and entertainment.
Did you do your weigh-in yesterday?
I did. I was officially 215. I did not do it today. Dieted hard yesterday. I went hard. I had fish. I had long grain rice for dinner.
Ooh.
Sucked.
So your goal is what weight by what date?
Lose 15 pounds in 3 months.
So you want to be 200 by
June 30th.
June 30th. Okay,
that's correct.
Good.
We'll see if it happens.
I like this goal for you.
Yeah, I do too.
We're gonna keep. Don't do it on social media. Play it. Do it on the radio show.
Yeah,
that's what we pay you for.
That's why I texted you guys the scale yesterday instead of posting it.
Ah, look at you!
Yeah.
Look at you!
Yeah,
I didn't know if you.
No.
I didn't know if you did it because I don't look at either.
No.
Of your
It was his
Twitter
toes
feed.
were on there.
Yeah, my toes were there. That's why they didn't go up on social.
We didn't need to see it.
Somebody will zoom in 10,000 degrees and what's that on your right toe?
Yeah, your toes are kind of funky, bro.
They are. A lot of times I've been stepped on a lot in football. My dogs have taken a pounding. Walking golf courses, the whole bit. Plus, is Amazon in trouble? Meet the drone delivery system beating Amazon to the punch.
Yeah.
For all of you shoppers that don't like to leave your couch.
Good. I like competition. By the way, Road Warrior does not believe you. He thinks it's not going to last.
He didn't think I'd finish a 65-mile bike ride until I zipped by him like Pee Wee Herman laughing.
He finished before you.
Not 2 years ago he didn't.
Okay. All right.
Because he had a flat.
Okay.
He was on the curb smoking a heater.
I'm gonna beat all of you, by the way, this year.
Best of luck. Best of luck.
Training.
I would say we could ride together as buddies, but you won't allow me to identify as a Gen X or so. The hell with you.
It's true. You have to be special to be in this
millennial.
generation. Yeah, you're millennial.
I missed the cutoff. If only my parents would have did the you know what 2 years earlier. All right, we've got Phillies tickets to give away today.
Oh
as well.
yes, 9:50 this morning. Thank you, Nick Kayal.
Are we doing trivia for that at 9:50, or are we doing trivia before the tickets?
So let me just say this: I made a mistake, and I did not put together trivia. Let me see if I can put together trivia before the end of the show. But the Morning Mystery movie clip is for the Phillies tickets at 9:50.
All right,
got it.
Very good.
Got it.
All right, let's get down to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This first morning edition, 6:05 a.m. Yes, on this April 1st, 2025, sponsored by Garden State Earthworks this morning. And yes, the cleanup begins after all the storms. We did have some kind of wicked storms move through last night. Cleanup. I know that they've said there's about a 40-minute delay on the Schuylkill westbound, so heading out of the city. So just definitely some standing water, some fender benders, and slipping and sliding out there. So be safe as you make your way in or out this morning. We'll talk about all of it, but we want to get to what's going on in the city of Philadelphia. Mayor Sherelle Parker and city officials holding a news conference yesterday afternoon, and she was surrounded by city leaders holding that news conference yesterday afternoon, talking about what unfolded over the past few days, meaning Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday. 7 total shootings, 13 victims, 7 of those 13 victims were underage children or teens, and one of whom was a 17-year-old girl. She was killed. That was last Friday night. Talking about the violence, even included a triple shooting at the Findlay Recreation Center. We've talked a lot about this one at Findlay Rec Center, one of the few places where kids usually can go to have some safety, have some fun. But all 3 of those teenage boys survived. One of them does remain in the hospital this morning in critical condition. And so Mayor Parker discussing also a video that has been, seen on social media, if you've seen it or not, of police arresting a teenager. This was during an outdoor event in North Philadelphia. And as the mayor referred to that photo, she said what police discovered hidden in that teenager's coat, a semi-automatic rifle, fully loaded. And this, as I told you yesterday, about the 12 who were arrested, 12 people arrested after that 15-year-old was shot in North Philadelphia. That was near Temple's campus with the help of Temple University police at the Leocoris Center. But in that one, it was a Ramadan event that happened on Sunday. So the mayor talking about that, saying that, yes, the statistics may say that we're down in the stats, some 35%, but these are human beings. This is not acceptable. And a strong statement and a strong show from Philadelphia leaders who essentially said we need to do better and have zero tolerance for this kind of violence. That from the mayor. So we also had, and yesterday it was also the Day of Visibility in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They were also commenting about that.
Trans Day of Visibility to wrap up the month of March.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
So-
WNBA was celebrating that yesterday as well.
Teens with, the AR or whatever, automatic rifles, and then teens with, with their gender identities.
Sounds like a dangerous combination.
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know.
Has anybody gotten to the bottom of that statistic that TikToker lunatic said yesterday about how trans people only live to the age of 40? Because maybe Mayor Parker should get on that.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, we see you. No, we can't not see them. They're on TikTok every day.
They don't let us go a day without knowing that they exist.
From now, everybody has to say what their gender is and what sex they're attracted to. Because I can't get by unless I know that Nick Kayal, in fact, has a wife,
right,
and is only attracted to females.
That's correct. Sorry, guys. You don't do it for me.
We have 20 people facing charges in connection to these, and these are disturbing allegations of child abuse. This inside a Delaware County community school. Chester Township Police holding a news conference, talking to the media, saying that they were notified of one suspected child abuse case at the Chester Community Charter School. This is on Bethel Road, their 2700 block of Bethel Road. So they began to investigate, and this goes all the way back to January, the first week in January. This started with a parent saying their 7-year-old told mom and dad that they were afraid to go to school. So at this point, they are reportedly counted 100 cases of abuse against 26 kids, some as young as 5 years old. They say that they reviewed some of the video showing kids, and this is not this does not appear to be in any way some kind of a sexual abuse. That's not what we're talking about. But specifically the way that they were holding down kids, maybe with a knee hold or, a concerning hold such as a choke hold on some of these kids as young as 5 and 7 years old.
This is
improperly restraining the kids.
And this is a school, right?
It is a Chester Community Charter School. Yes.
It's not a detention center. My God.
So, and for young kids, it's not like they're teenagers. The video shows with kids as young as 5 and age 7.
Yeah, as a parent, you're entrusting your child's safety with these people that you pay their salaries for, not to put them in a chokehold.
So, so we have several of those arrested. We're told were employees of Peak Performers Staffing, and they say the staff were trained in safety techniques, but police say they were not up to date on their training. So part of this is the training, apparently. But some hefty charges. This one's making national news. I know we'll talk about Wisconsin. We'll talk about Trump. We'll talk about Elon. But I do have to put in our Phillies. at 6:11 in the morning. By the way, Flyers won.
Wow.
Tush Push reviewed. Will it get the shove?
Well, if that
with the
gets
big
banned,
votes?
I'm going to lose my mind.
It could get banned by today, right?
Yes. Today is the vote.
So, Nick, what are was it the Packers that threw the challenge flag
The
on this?
Packers, the Falcons, a lot of these franchises have been chirping. Sirianni had a great quote in regards to all the guys that just left in the last 2 years from his coaching staff that take head coaching jobs elsewhere. He said, one of the reasons why you're a head coach now is because of that play. You better not vote against this.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So we did have some Eagles, you might say, royalty. This was Brandon Graham, Saquon Barkley parading onto the infield at Citizens Bank Park yesterday afternoon. They were holding the Lombardi Trophy from the Eagles' recent Super Bowl triumph. The Eagles! So it was fun to see them out there. What a treat for fans. And, Fly, Eagles, Fly, singing that one, obviously. And then everybody shows that we can spell here and But at this point, then, the Phillies, what a day at Citizens Bank Park. It was a lot of fun as we did win. And who was it that said it? Was it Schwarber afterwards that said, well, that was fun?
Well, that was fun.
It was kind of cute, kind of the understatement. 6-1 win over the Rockies. But I think it was a blast of a day. And thank God they got it in before the nasty weather.
By the way, not to hijack your news, but Cory Booker has been speaking on the Senate floor since 7 p.m. last night. He's filibustering he's taken to the Senate floor and is speaking as long as he physically is able to lift the voices of Americans who are being harmed and not being heard at this moment in this moment of crisis. Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the administration have shown a complete disregard for the rule of law, the Constitution, and the needs for the American people.
And the trans community as well. We can't forget them.
Yeah, here we go.
The hypocrisy.
He's been speaking since 7 p.m. He's grandstanding.
11 hours?
10 family detentions are restarted. They failed in the past to meet basic child welfare standards and exposed children to trauma.
I want to know, do the other senators have to sit there and
just wondering? Security concluded,
or is he just talking to himself? I mean, right now there's like 15,000 people watching him on YouTube. So,
despite his own,
is it like a slumber party? Is it like a sleepover?
I don't know.
If I was there, I mean, if I was a part of that party,
one of the points I want to make is
this reminds me of Randy Weingarten.
Yes,
remember when we kept potting her up?
Yeah,
the number one issue my residents were concerned about was fighting crime.
I mean, this is good stamina. 10 hours.
How many of them do you think are cocktailing? I mean, if I had to stay all night, I'm pouring a cocktail by like 8:30.
Tragic.
We know they vote drunk.
Yeah.
Death of a police officer,
that was alleged.
14-year-old with
we don't
a
know that.
gun.
It was alleged.
Mark Wayne Mullen.
Yes.
Hundreds of police officers from all over our state, from New York. This police officer was murdered by a 14-year-old.
I mean, I'm wondering how long he's going to go.
Still pray for their family.
He's grandstanding.
You take a pill for that?
And as I was standing there looking at this parade of police officers who were waiting for the casket, I had police officers come to me and complain.
Congress Cialis.
Yeah.
That
for when you need to pull an all-nighter.
By the way, not to shame or anything like that.
Crimes because now
maybe
victims of crime.
Maybe Cory Booker needs to
victims of sexual assault.
Get on the diet Nick Kayal's getting on.
Robbery who happen to be undocumented are afraid
his suit's not fitting too great right now.
Where are you pulling that from, by the way?
YouTube.
Oh, okay. Creating the fear that they'll be turned over to ICE. Imagine in our country there are people out there that are sexually assaulting people, but are getting away with it.
How do you prep for something like this?
Well, he has a giant binder in front of him, where he's just reading. He's just reading things from. So he has his glasses. He's ready to go. Yeah.
So technically, I guess it's not considered a filibuster.
He's just speaking.
He's just deciding to do a marathon speech.
Wow.
So they already voted, and they finished the vote on the set. But as long as he continues to speak, then the Senate floor remains open. So I guess it's on C-SPAN, social media platforms, X, Facebook, and YouTube.
Yeah, I feel bad for these security guards. Are they getting? I hope they're getting double pay, or at least time and a half.
So
trying to see who holds the record. I know that in 2013...
Was it Rand Paul, Ted Cruz, one of those guys?
Ted Cruz, 21 hours, 19 minutes about the Affordable Care Act.
Yep.
And who else? 2017, Oregon Senator Jeff Murphy, he was 15 hours. So Ted Cruz, 21 hours. So I don't know if this is, South Carolina Senator Strom Thurmond.
Yeah.
He filibustered over 24 hours.
Wow.
To prevent the Civil Rights Act back in 1957.
Yeah.
And he holds the Senate record.
I don't think I've ever stayed awake for 24 hours, much less spoke for 24 hours straight.
So will Corey...
Have you? You've never stayed awake for 24 hours?
No.
Even back in your college days?
Nope.
Wow.
Love me my sleep.
Really?
Yeah.
So Cory Booker may very well, even though it's not technically a filibuster, but if he goes past 7, then he would break Senator Strom Thurmond's back in the day 1957 record.
I mean, he doesn't seem like he's any
2001 terrorist attacks was based on interviews with
chance of
current and former federal agents,
ending this at any time soon.
Other federal officials. Most had firsthand knowledge of the changes. Nearly all.
If he drives home, he's going to get pulled over for a DWC.
Yeah.
Has to be caffeinated, right?
Road Warrior brought up a good point. Green eggs and ham. One of them read green eggs and ham. Which one was it? Was it?
Oh, make that your trivia question.
See.
Seriously, make that your trivia question for later.
There you go.
And people
people can Google it now because we have.
Well, but
I don't know if you know this, Dawn, but we have the longest listening audience in Philadelphia radio.
Yeah,
so
but
people listening at 617.
But they were up at 5:58 with the cruise, so they should,
reward
that's our
them.
new time.
Yeah, reward
5:58.
them. Yes, we started 5:58.
So, if you were up then, you know the answer.
Well, if more advertisers wanted to advertise in the 5 o'clock hour, we would start at 6.
Yeah.
But everybody wants to be on this train.
Crazy train.
Crazy train? A crazy train. Are we done?
We're done.
So we did our fills. It was seriously exciting. They have the day off today. Play the Rockies again tomorrow. Kyle Schwarber. But they were all having a good time.
Well, that game yesterday there was no runs until the 6th inning.
Yeah, I like a quick baseball game, by the way.
Yeah.
Under 3 hours is always a good thing.
2 hours and 40 minutes or something like that. It was
6-1 victory, sellout crowd.
Yep.
Nearly 45,000 paying customers for his first baseball game of 2025.
And they're not even using the torpedo bats.
That's right.
They're already smacking homers. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
They love the torpedo bat.
Well, apparently Bryce Harper, Schwarber, I think a bunch of them have ordered some.
I think Tesla owners have ordered a couple as well.
Nice. So we are sponsored this morning in our news by Garden State Earthworks, and this is appropriate considering the fact that we had torrential rain yesterday, and will dry out today.
Call them now.
Yes, call Garden State Earthworks for your forecast today. Do you have water on your property giving you a big headache, soggy yards, damp patio, floating, wrinkling? Do you have wrinkling pool liners? If anything's wrinkling, call Garden State Earthworks. Water invading your home? Call Garden State Earthworks. Your damage solution, 856-848-4444. That's 856-848-4444. Thank you, Garden State Earthworks, for sponsoring our first edition Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, the big take is on the way. It's Kayal & Company just getting started here on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense against weather, so don't gamble with it. Hi, I'm Matt with Emmons Roofing and Siding, and at Emmons, we use only the best materials and expert craftsmanship to get your home protected. In fact, as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, we can offer a lifetime warranty directly from Owens Corning on our workmanship. So whether your roof has storm damage, aging shingles, or it's just time for an upgrade, Emmons has you covered. Call us at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 6:26 on this Tuesday morning. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Your chance for Phillies Giants tickets at 9:50 this morning when San Francisco comes to town for April 15th, tax day. But today's April Fool's Day. And right now, time for another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company,
which is brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. The Big Take, MAGA victory hangover. You know, dunking on the libs, it's fun. Seeing the Democrat Party with a 26% favorability rating, it's fabulous. Celebrating Trump's election victory was great. Watching Trump implement policy and seeing his polling numbers, in some polls higher than they ever were in his first term, it's glorious. But if you think the Republican Party is going to just waltz to victory everywhere and every time in election after election, well, then you haven't learned a darn thing. Today is an uber-critical Supreme Court election in Wisconsin, one in which Elon Musk is heavily invested in. As we enter April, the media already floating out headlines with the hope that their wishes are granted and their narratives are true. Headlines such as these, the USA Today, GOP jitters, Democrats seek glimmer of hope in special elections. Politico with this headline, ball game over, Trump's rural support could make or break Wisconsin's Supreme Court race. These headlines are making the rounds after what happened in Lancaster, Pennsylvania in late March, where Democrats have won 2 state legislative races, including an upset in a district where Donald Trump rolled to victory in November. In fact, it was the first time a Democrat won this seat since 1979. Meanwhile, in Florida, Republicans facing a close contest for control of District 6. But today it's all about Wisconsin, an election that will decide control of the House of Representatives in 2026. Brad Schimmel is up against liberal Susan Crawford. I'm not here to rip Republicans or peddle fear, but I would like to ask the question, and it's not specifically for this local audience, it's nationwide. Why can't you find the same excitement and energy level for other candidates that you do for Donald Trump? You just can't come out every 4 years and vote for Trump for president and then go bury yourself 6 feet under for the next 3.5 years. It's somewhat of a rhetorical question because I get it to an extent. Trump's a unicorn. He's one of one. But I still voted. I'm sure that many of you as well voted for other Republicans not named Trump since 2022. I was not in love with Dr. Oz, but I still got out there and voted for him because of what the alternative was. I thought Doug Mastriano was a bad candidate. Said it multiple times. Still punched my ticket for him. Just because you don't tweet about these other MAGA politicians or conservative Republicans doesn't mean you can sit it out. I've said it 7 times, and I'll say it for an 8th time. We need to clone Scott Presler and have Amazon drone drop a Scott Presler in all 50 states. The hell with a Doge state by state. We need a Presler state by state. Here was the energetic and flamboyant GOP MVP in Wisconsin yesterday. Listen and watch this.
Hey everybody, this is Scott Presler. I'm here in Brown County. We're getting ready for the Elon Musk event, and as you can see behind me, we have a line of people, and we are going to elect Brad Schimmel on April 1st. I need every single person. You come out, you vote in this election. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
The polls open today in Wisconsin. I hope those in the Badger State are revved up. I hope what we saw in Pennsylvania was an outlier, a one-off. Trump has the White House. He has the Senate. He's got the House. He has the Supreme Court. You really want to lose the House as Trump enters year number 2? I sure as hell don't. And I said this yesterday on X, and I want to reiterate it because of a response I got. I said, it's staggering to me that Republicans would be lulled to sleep and lose to Democrats in 2025. You know what you had to do for Trump to win in 2024. You need to go above and beyond that for other Republicans, like in New Jersey with the governor's race coming up, in Virginia with that governor's race, or this week with the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, to which one of our best tweeters and listeners, Mike Gisandi, responded with this, quote, "It's not a failure of the voter. It's the failure of leadership in the party at the state level. It's their job to inform us of a special election, not Scott Pressler," end quote. Let me respond to that. I disagree. It is your job to be informed. It is your job to get out and vote. It is your job to educate yourself. It is your job to utilize any and all early voting methods available to you. Personal accountability and responsibility, Mike. You need other adults to hold your hand and walk you to class like this is kindergarten? I vehemently disagree with that. You have one of two options. You can lose elections that don't have Trump's name on the ballot and have Democrats control your life and then bitch about it on X, or you can match the 2024 presidential election energy that you all exuded and displayed, beat Democrats, and have some of these left-wing loons completely lose their minds and key a bunch of Teslas. Which brings me to an update of our Doylestown, Bucks County Tesla vandalism story that we had for you yesterday on the show. The man, which we reported, appears to be 55-year-old Chad Rittenbaugh. He was busted last week for allegedly carving a swastika on a Tesla. He is facing charges of misdemeanor criminal mischief and harassment, as well as 2 counts of summary harassment and disorderly conduct. A man confronted Rittenbaugh and posted it on Facebook after he confronted him about drawing the swastika on a Tesla and the alleged criminal attempts to apologize. Listen and watch this clip.
Free service.
Free service? How about you pay for the repairs? Write a check. You just bought a Tesla.
I can wipe it off
with
a towel.
No,
it's not
no.
heat.
It is a hate crime, sir. It is a hate crime. Did you write a swastika on there?
I'm sorry you're upset.
Did you write a swastika?
It didn't even work.
I guess we lost the audio.
Did you write a swastika on the? It's a key, sir. We see it on the video.
It's not a key.
Is it a swastika?
I was probably putting my keys in my pocket.
Is it a swastika?
Have you looked at your car? Is there a key mark?
Yes. Is it a swastika?
That's impossible.
It's at the police right now. It's being fingerprinted.
What do you mean it's being fingerprinted?
Because they're trying to track you down. Thankfully, Facebook tracked you down. So your business, your freaking livelihood, everything now.
Listen.
Because you chose to write so to tell Facebook that you're sorry for writing a swastika on a Tesla.
Listen, I said I'm sorry.
For what?
And I
For
apologize.
what?
I have nothing against
For
your
what?
car, and I have nothing against you.
So why would you write a swastika on a Tesla?
Obviously, I have something against Elon Musk, but that's not the
so
way
Elon
to
Musk
show my...
owns that car because
No,
it was
he
bought
owns
and
the
paid
company.
for. It was bought and paid for a long time
That's
ago.
why it's misguided, and obviously, I did not intend to do this.
All right,
sir.
we're gonna wait for.
Right there in Doylestown, Bucks County. So ask yourself this. Would you rather win elections and put an end to nutbags like Chad Rittenbaugh? Or would you rather lose to these progressive psychos and have to have their elected leaders run you over with policy when all you had to do was vote? This battle is ultimately decided by you, not Scott Pressler, not Elon Musk, not Michael Whatley, not Laura Trump, not Linda Kearns. They're all great and they have a ton of energy, but you need to match their energy because those 5 people can't save the day for you. But you also now have a billionaire on your side. Elon Musk is crushing George Soros in spending. Do you really want to lose? Money is great, but it doesn't guarantee victory in elections. Just ask Kamala Harris that. She outspent Donald Trump big time, and she got smoked in all 7 battleground states. How about this for high stakes? ABC News reporting, Wisconsin Supreme Court race passes $90 million in spending. The conservative side has spent 50 of that. The liberal side, 40 million. But it's Elon Musk and his affiliated groups that have dropped $20 million alone. Musk himself has contributed $2 million. So many of you love to tweet about George Soros. Republicans all over the country obsessed with his name. Kayal, he's going to cancel you. We're still here. Well, then do something about it. Vote and win. And shut down people like Kara Swisher. Listen and watch this.
Republicans have been really effective more broadly over the decades at finding villains. George Soros has been one, again, for decades.
Sure.
Is Musk not just the same exact thing, if not worse, on the right as the very thing that Republicans have clutched their pearls about on the left for decades?
Well, hello, they went on and on about safety of communications, and they just did the worst thing ever. And and they're like on Hillary Clinton. These people don't have, hypocrisy is so thick. It's kind of ridiculous. And there's lots. We'll talk about that in a second. But yes, he's explicitly, Brian, keep this in mind. Every accusation is a confession with these people. Whatever they say, I'm like, oh, that's what they're doing. So if they accuse someone of something, it's because that's what they're doing. Elon is exactly what they claim to have hated with George Soros. But he's explicit and right in front of you buying elections. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing in Wisconsin right now. That's what he's doing everywhere.
He's straight up paying people to sign a petition in Wisconsin, which is basically just him saying he's buying votes, which is, the same scheme that he pulled in Pennsylvania.
And it worked. Let me just tell you, it worked. By the way, well, thank you, Citizens United. It's legal to do this, what he's doing.
You have your billionaire hero. His name is Elon Musk. The left now has their boogeyman to hate. It's Elon Musk. You have the Democrats down and out. They are in the middle of a civil war. Cory Booker's still talking at this point in time. They're on the canvas. Their legs have given out. The ref is at a standing 8 count. And you're just going to let them off the hook? Please don't. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now. That's 800-FREE-SEED now. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. You can climb in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, fire off your comments in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Dawn Stensland, big day today. Early voting. Polls get open and underway in Wisconsin with the election officially concluding, I believe, later this week. What do you attribute some of these special election losses to in Pennsylvania? Is it too early to tell if this is an issue, or is there cause for concern here?
Well, I think the early voting had already started, actually. And so they've, as we watch what happens, it's a high-stakes Supreme Court race because, of course, in Wisconsin, just like here in Pennsylvania, we just had Linda Kearns in court yesterday. She's going to come on later today. But we lost a debate in court here in Pennsylvania with the high court vote because one judge says, well, it's too much of a burden to make people write a date on, when they're signing something, when they're putting out a vote, which is crazy.
Yep.
We were texting back and forth yesterday during that. And so these Supreme Court, state Supreme Court elections, every election matters. And so, I will say that for our Linda Kearns, for Michael Whatley within the Trump administration, it was a brilliant move to have election integrity attorneys who were always in court. And what they would do, and this doesn't get reported as much, what they would do is they would go to court, they would challenge something, and as soon as the right thing was being done or the other side backed down, they would drop it. So maybe that sounds boring, maybe it didn't make the headlines, but essentially because we have laws that suck and are not specific, detailed laws that just simply state, like Florida does, here's the law, let's vote on one day, let's all have voter ID, let's keep this really simple, because we don't have that here, for example, in Pennsylvania, and in Wisconsin they have issues too. So that is why these types of elections, like in Wisconsin, the special election today, that's why it's so important.
Yeah, I agree. 855-839-1210, the number. Got this article here. I saw this last night also from Politico. The headline, Democrats quietly worry that their Musk-focused message in Wisconsin isn't resonating with voters of color. And this really, seeing this headline from Politico of all places, and obviously they have sources well established within the Democrat Party, this just confirms something that I've been saying for weeks on this show now, is that Elon Musk has become the top target of the left. And we saw how for 4 years the left obsessed over putting Donald Trump behind bars, court case after court case. And what did they do in the process leading up to 2024? They alienated a lot of voters of color, specifically black male voters that voted for Trump for the first time. I wonder if this is accurate from Politico, with the Democrats quietly worrying about how obsessed they are on Elon Musk, that they're not connecting with their constituents in Wisconsin. And also, when you think about constituents in Wisconsin, I mentioned in the big take, one of the headlines being that Donald Trump could literally, in Wisconsin, it could come down to the Trump rural voters as to whether or not the conservative justice is able to beat the liberal justice. I'm really blown away by it. I'm not saying that you need to have the same passion you have for Donald Trump. I get it. He's a rallying machine. He's nonstop content. There's a connection you have with him that you've never had with any other politician in the past, whether you're a lifelong Republican, a lifelong conservative, a newly converted Republican, a MAGA Republican, however you self-identify right of center, he is one of one. But this notion that you can just sit it out like these other elections don't matter is staggering to me. And I'm not chastising this audience. You obviously could not vote in the Lancaster election. You can't vote in the Wisconsin election. Some of the audience that lives in Pennsylvania versus Jersey, you're not going to be able to go across and vote in the New Jersey gubernatorial race. But I hope our New Jersey audience is fired up for whoever they are going to vote for in the primary, whether that's, the former radio guy or it's Jack Chitterelli, right? Because you're sick of Phil Murphy in New Jersey, right? You're sick of the Democrat alternative. I keep hearing New Jersey could be a red state. Scott Presler's going to make it a red state. Scott Presler can only do so much. And I don't buy, and I don't know about you, and Dawn, you talk about, especially in 2022 and 2023 on this show, get it together, Republicans, get it together, GOP. I disagree with the tweet that I read in the big take that I got from our buddy Mike on X. It's not on these other people to inform you about special elections. If you're oblivious to the fact that an election occurred, I'm sorry, that's on you. Negligence is no defense. That's like saying, I didn't know what the speed limit is when the cop pulls you over and you say, but officer, I didn't know. No, it's your job to know. It's not another adult's job to hold your hand and say, all right, come on, little Skippy. We're going to go to the ballot box today and vote R. Get off your ass, get off of X, and realize there's more information out there than what 7 grifters are tweeting 24/7. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but ignorance is no defense, at least in my opinion. You're an adult. You don't know that an election is going on? What are you, on Mars? You don't want to chastise your base, Dawn. I see what you're doing here. You're trying to stay quiet.
No.
Sorry, I'll do it.
No, the thing with Wisconsin's quirky. My mom, is originally from Wisconsin, don't you know? So Elon Musk, was he in Green Bay yesterday? He was, I don't know. Wisconsin,
he's doing his part.
Wisconsin is quirky. And I know that the media is saying, oh, this is a big test for Elon Musk. It's a special election. What I see here is that the liberal judge is, they're trying to get women activated, the abortion vote, all of that. And so the question is, can you activate people in these non-election periods when, the tariffs are taking place and all, you know what I mean? I think that's the real trick here, because I think people, it's like deer hunting and fishing, and you're working and you're busy, and you want to make sure that you get out there and you vote. So who is activated? So I don't really, I don't know if it's a true test of Elon Musk and whether it works for him to be out there. But I will say, just the awareness level, he's such a figurehead within the Trump administration. The fact that he's in Wisconsin, the fact that Scott Presler's there, I think any presence you have to say, hey, Wisconsin, hey, Republicans, this Trump needs you to come out and vote. You need to pay attention to this. It's a shame that anybody has to do that. But what we know now is that the courts are where it's at.
Yeah. I've got two great tweets that I want to read that are of differing viewpoints. Our buddy Richard Notaro says, great big take this morning. Lazy GOP voters are causing these recent losses. I agree.
I don't think they're lazy. I don't think that's true. I mean, a lot of people are working 2 jobs.
Well,
a lot of people have kids.
That's what
it's a really busy time, you know?
That's what MAGA Man says. He says, Nick, why not have a segment on who's running in elections or special elections? You're lecturing at people who work for a living and sometimes get to hear. Most don't know when the special election is. So let me get this straight, because, Dawn, you're basically of the same belief of MAGA Man. Because you have a job that's an excuse to not know that an election's going on?
It's not that you don't know what's going on. It's like there are days, honestly, where I'm getting home and making dinner, and it's like 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Do Democrats?
And I'm here in the wee hours of the morning.
Democrats ever
That's not unusual.
Do Democrats ever forget that there's elections? Do Democrats not have jobs?
Well,
Do they just sit at home all day and get ready to go vote?
Well, that's my line that I always joke about. That Republicans we're the ones busy working in the type of work that we do as well. And so who are these? There are a lot of women out there, and I know somebody brought up the African American vote in Wisconsin. African Americans make up like 6% of the population. Not a huge African American population in the state of Wisconsin, but I think white women in the burbs and across Wisconsin, that's who's driving this.
All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, Kayal and Company, we put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour, and we do it next here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm reporting live from the Piazza Premium Automobiles studio, and my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. You know, these models with their sleek new designs and innovative features, and they're powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, they have thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
Kayal Company. 6 o'clock hour is about to conclude, and it's been brought to you by Wawa. With Wawa's $2 for $6 menu, craft the order you want with options at $2, $4, and $6. Pick one or try them all. I would do that, but I'm on a diet, so I have to hold off for a little bit. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. 855-839-1210. Joe is in Levittown, and he's up next on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. I'm from the Bucks County GOP. I'm a committee member. Are you familiar with the job of a committee member?
No, I'm not. How about you educate me?
Okay. So basically, a committee member, we represent, there's 600 and something odd seats in Bucks County. And each committee member represents 4,000 to 5,000 constituents, electorate. And our job is to keep them informed on what's going on with local party politics.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not just local; it's also presidential, congressional, Senate, so on and so forth.
Sure.
So the outlying issue within the inter-party politics, to not blame the electorate, it is actually the GOP's job to keep the electorate informed.
Okay.
And what should be happening is these seats should be filled with committee people. They should be having an outreach to say, hey, this is what we do. This is our job. We need to recruit people, and they don't. They don't.
Okay, so
And
you're blaming the committee that you work for? Is that what I gather?
Well, if you look at the committee and how it comes up, it's all structured by, the basically the committee are the people who are supposed to select the candidates. We actually vote on who gets to run in a primary. Well, we're supposed to anyway, but it doesn't really work that way. So it kind of dies in the process because of the issues we have within our own county bylaws. That's the issue. And you could actually go and view all these issues in a website called WriteForBucks.com. We actually have an ethics complaint about it. So I agree, it's great what Scott's doing, Scott Pressler that is, because he's getting a lot of people to get out and vote. And yes, it's also the electorate, the people also need to get off their butts and go out and vote also. I agree with you there. But it is a combination of things that are going on. I actually, when I saw what was going on in the party 6 years ago, I tried to inquire about how to become a committee person, and I couldn't get a response out of our own county GOP.
So then what do you think, where is the failure to learn and adapt and evolve within the Republican Party in Pennsylvania and the GOP? Because I look at what happened in 2024 with Trump at the national level, and they really fixed a lot of their flaws from 4 years ago. Granted, it was a COVID year. It was a special election. It's a once in a lifetime with all the alterations and different things that happened in and around that election. Why has that not trickled down to the state and local grassroots level where they sit there and say, boy, the Trump administration and Laura Trump and Michael Whatley, they did X, Y, and Z. Do you get the feeling that they're not going to be able to replicate that at the local level?
It's tough to say because to try and get a message from the bottom level where I'm at on the way up is very difficult. It's extremely difficult. So when you had Mitt Romney's who was his niece in there?
Yeah,
Ronna. When she was
Ronna McDaniel.
Yeah, Ronna McDaniel.
Have
right.
her spa days.
Her spa days. Yeah.
And when she was switched out, all of a sudden a lot of the issues were broke loose, but now you still have it at the local level. You still have a lot of those issues at the local level.
So you think it's an inability to get the message out to the constituents and the electorate? Is that what I'm summarizing?
Absolutely, 100%. Because when I became a committee person, I went door knocking, and I would knock on my constituents' door, and they would say, "Who are you?" And I'd introduce myself, and they'd say, "What's a committee person? I never heard of that." And they would say, usually we have these people that walk around, these kids that are paid by a candidate to just do, lip drops.
Yeah.
And I said, well, yeah, this is an actual elected position. They go, really? I've never even heard of that.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it is interesting.
Well, especially Joe, I got to go because I'm up against it clockwise, but thank you for the call. It's to me, it's staggering that you would not be able to get the message out in a social media era. We saw a lot of Republicans stop doing the door-to-door and went to TikTok and social media.
The Democrats were the ones who went door-to-door, and how did that work out for them?
Yes.
You're 100% right.
Yeah.
There's really no excuse to not send out a tweet and say, by the way, vote today.
Right. So, I don't know. It's a complex issue, I guess, although I think it's relatively simple, but apparently not. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Continue. Hour 2 is on the way. Dawn has some news, and then we got to get to a couple of stories with millennials and Gen Z. Is it mental weakness or mental illness that's plaguing the younger society today? Very interesting story with some data from a study courtesy of the New York Post. We'll hit on that as we kick off hour 2, and we're back after this.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks from Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Has your furnace or AC been on the fritz for years and you've been putting a Band-Aid on it? Well, stop procrastinating. Right now, there are amazing rebates and tax credits available. Enjoy up to $2,600 in federal tax credits, $1,400 in manufacturer's rebates, and up to $950 from PECO. As they say, now's the time. Don't procrastinate. Contact us at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Go to marvinekanze.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. You know, having a beautiful, healthy smile isn't just important for how you look, it's also important for your health. In fact, there's so much research now about the correlation between gum disease and heart disease and your gut microbiome. Look, it all matters, and that's why I want you to reach out to my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. He's been my family dentist for years, and the level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his team delivers to each and every patient is simply unmatched. Dr. Mike Veneria has been delivering results that surpass expectations evaluations, and it's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So if you've been on the fence about getting that complicated dental procedure, or if you're looking for a second opinion, reach out to Dr. Mike today. He's the best. I promise you won't be disappointed. I trust my family to Dr. Veneria. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
College holds a mythic place in American culture, but there are stories you won't hear on the campus tours.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything from rigged admissions to the drama of Greek life and student protests. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 7:03 as we begin hour number 2 here on a Tuesday, as we have turned the page to April. Turned the page from March to April. April Fool's Day. No bad jokes on this show. Occasionally some dad jokes. We're going to have some good stuff coming up later this week. Bruno is in on Wednesday, and then Sean Farish will be with us later in the week. And all week long, we have Phillies tickets to give away. Tuesday, April 15th, when the San Francisco Giants come to town, we will hook you up with a pair of tickets, and that's coming up with the Morning Mystery Movie Clip at 9:50 this morning. Speaking of baseball and entertainment and sports, I've got a trifecta of stories here to get to pertaining to identity politics. We'll get to this a little bit later. Phil Almquist, your boy, Yankees star Jazz Chisholm, says, baseball's a white sport. ESPN basketball analyst accuses little girls of racial bias for supporting Caitlin Clark. By the way, get ready for that to rev back up again. The WNBA starts, I think, in about 5 or 6 weeks. And also, John Boyega. Now, I'm not a Star Wars person, but I guess it's a sin, right? It's a joke.
Sin.
You're right. You're right. I'm not a Star Trek fan, a Star Trek or Star Wars fan. Boyega, who debuted as Finn in Star Wars, says that Star Wars is so white that a black person existing in it is a big deal. Toxic fans are okay with us playing the friend, but we can't touch their heroes. So we'll get to these stories coming up.
Wow. Finn, who's African American.
Yeah, there's so much in those.
Jesus.
By the way, Jazz Chisholm says that it's a white sport.
Baseball is a white sport.
It's basically become Dominican, hasn't it?
The top stars are all black or Dominican.
It's ridiculous. I listened to a press conference on from what's his name, the dude who's taking the place of Trey Turner as he's injuring his back.
Yeah, shortstop.
And he doesn't speak a lick of English.
No.
So I don't know what Mr. Chisholm is talking about.
Chisholm. That's something else, Greg.
What would you say, Chisholm?
Jazz Chisholm.
Chisholm. Jazz Chisholm.
Jimmy, I need that on my board. Chisholm.
Sorry. Silly.
7. Oh, wow. The serious commentary of the first hour on elections and then whatever that was. 7:06. Dawn Stensland, take it away.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live, 7 a.m. edition. We are sponsored this morning by First Bank as we are still cleaning out and clearing out from all the rain and the puddles and the water in the roadways this morning after severe storms moved through our area and wicked weather really moving across much of the East Coast here on the East Coast. All right, so let's talk about it in Philadelphia. We've got a 13-year-old boy fighting for his life. He was shot in North Philadelphia. This just happened yesterday afternoon. So police responding, 4900 block B Street, right after school hours, so 3:30-ish, for a report of a person with a gun. By the time the police rush there, they find this 13-year-old kid suffering from the gunshot wound. He was shot in his face, rushed to the hospital, and right now in critical condition. Like I say, the latest report from officials, he's fighting for his life. And so another boy was taken into custody in connection to the shooting. Police say they did recover the weapon. We talked earlier in the 6 a.m. hour about this shooting yesterday afternoon. Follows a very violent weekend in Philadelphia in which a 17-year-old girl was killed and many other teens were injured in multiple different shootings. I think I reported, not counting the one yesterday afternoon with the 13-year-old, I think there were a total of at least 7. And then remember, I had reported on as well the 12 people arrested after the 15-year-old was shot in North Philadelphia. That was Sunday during the Ramadan event. A lot of these involving underage kids. In fact, the vast majority of them. And so kids with guns, with semi-automatic rifles. The question is with police, the mayor speaking out yesterday, just focusing on, how we stop this pattern of violence.
Mm-hmm.
And the perpetrators and the victims getting younger and younger.
You know what I really feel like the issue is? Obviously, Democrats will talk about guns and gun control. Some people will start to talk about today's generation and youth. This is a fatherhood issue, I really feel like. I'd love to know how many of these kids have a dad in their life, how active their dad is in their life. Do they even know who their dad is? Has the dad even taken responsibility? Usually, I mean, not to say it's, 100%, but usually when you have a strong father presence in your life, these things I feel like are less likely to happen. I think we have a fatherhood crisis in this country.
Yeah, I think fatherhood, especially with boys, my grandmother was widowed when my dad was 10 and my uncle was like 14. She worked in a factory, so we hear a lot of people, they say, oh, well, my single mom or the widow, whatever, a lot of people are divorced. Even if they're divorced, they still have a dad and a mom and or grandparents in their lives. So I think at the end of the day, it is structure. Even if a grandfather is in their lives.
Yep. I also think Digital Lava has a great point on the YouTube chat. I think we need to start going after the parents, too.
Because that was the Michigan case, remember?
Yes. And at the time, I was like, I don't know, is this a bad precedent? And at the time, I thought it was. Not so much anymore. Because if you have parents that are going to take responsibility for this or get held accountable for this, for their underage children that are committing these crimes, then then there might be more structure in the home.
Not to take the middle ground on the argument, but I feel like it should be somehow case by case. I mean, if you are a great parent and you've done everything you can, but ultimately you don't control the free will and the movement of another individual.
Agreed.
Right?
Because look, I joke about, being a bad child. I really wasn't. I got into a little mischief, but my parents were never going to stop me. My parents were great parents, and they were never going to stop me because I was going to do what I was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Luckily, I didn't commit any crimes or anything like that,
Right.
so they wouldn't have been held accountable. But
yeah, you were just skipping out on a restaurant tab.
I was 19 or 20 when I was doing that.
They should have grounded you.
But I will say this, and how many times have we had people call in and say, when I was 17, the judge told me I can go to prison or I can go into the military, or they went into some kind of a boot camp. They were extracted from the environment.
Yeah.
The problem, and I think it's a whole array of problems, but in many ways, the system that claims to try to be kind to kids by these juveniles, by putting them right back into the environment, is actually having the opposite effect.
Agreed.
Because there are very few of these kids who are actually the worst of the worst. Extract them from the environment, because otherwise it's like a cancer and it just spreads.
How about also not protecting their identities anymore? How many times do you have to report on these stories where it's a minor, it's a bunch of youths out there, but of course police can't reveal their info because they're 14 or 16?
Yeah.
Publicly shame them.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, you have a 17-year-old killed. You have, a 13-year-old with another child in custody. Well, if you shoot somebody in the face, even if you're a 13-year-old and you shoot another 13-year-old, you should be charged as an adult.
Yeah, I agree.
And extract them from that environment.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not doing that. They go into the juvie system. They're out in a few years.
Mm-hmm.
We do have 20 people facing charges. This is in connection with these allegations of at least 26 children. There are some reports as many as 30 children being physically abused inside a Delaware County community school. So Chester Township Police, this is making national news, speaking out about this. It started with one parent who complained, saying their 7-year-old child did not want to go to school and told mom and dad that their child was afraid that the teachers or the people at the school, the adults of the school, were hurting the child. That's when the investigation began, I think as early as January 9th. This has been going on. And so for this one, these kids, the allegation is that they were scared to go to school. And part of this is they looked at all the video, because there's a ton of video.
I was just going to ask, was there surveillance?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have some of these kids as young as 5 years old where they're using painful techniques like pinching the student's neck, holding them in restraints, threatening them with shoulder work, as well as forcibly bringing the children to the ground and then putting a knee on them, like on their back or something, and holding them down. And so police say that part of the problem is that none of the staff were properly trained, or I guess their certifications were expired. And that really goes along with, by the way, another story that we have, and that is the teacher shortage. And there's a real teacher shortage in Pennsylvania, and it's nearing crisis levels.
It's unbelievable.
So we have that going on.
There's a lot of teachers out there, and I get it. Teaching is a very difficult job, and I think most teachers, 99%, are great at what they do. But my daughter's dealing with this. Her teacher has trouble at times keeping the class in control. And 3 times this year, I kid you not, 3 times, my daughter has told my wife and I that her teacher, I won't name her, has broke down and started crying in the class because the 5th graders are too much for her. That if that's the case, that's a problem with the teacher.
That's a problem.
I get it. 5th graders can be little snots, but you're breaking down and crying as a grown adult?
See, here's what I'll say. In the private schools, they encourage, especially stay-at-home moms, or like when my kids were little, I anchored the evening news on Fox, right? So I had the morning. They encourage parents to come in and volunteer. Yes, you do have to have all of your certifications. You have to be fingerprinted, just because of this day and age we live in, which I had everything.
Sure.
And you can have the federal, the state, all the clearances. It's not that big of a deal. But in any event, they have parent volunteers who come in, doesn't cost anybody anything, and you as that parent just volunteer in the class. It's a huge help for the students.
My wife has been asked to do that during lunch hour because she works remotely. She's actually done it once or twice back in the fall. Yep.
And
what am I paying teachers for?
I know.
What are we paying teachers for if the parents need to volunteer to come in to help discipline? That's ridiculous.
If there's a shortage, it's more defensible. But if you're just hiring teachers that can't handle some raucous 11-year-olds, then that teacher either needs to teach kindergarten or 12th grade because they're not cut out for 5th grade. I don't know.
Okay, part of it, I will just say somebody in media, it's good PR because if let's say your wife, Kayal, she's in there. Every teacher's going to know her. I brought in cupcakes, they all know you.
Right.
So thereby, they have a good and warm feeling about your kid or your kids. You have twin girls.
So you get preferential treatment. Grease the wheels a little bit.
It's a little bit of public relations.
Yep.
I'm just saying, never hurts anybody.
No, you're right.
But the other piece of it, seriously, is that parents and even grandparents, as long as everybody has their clearances, going in there, it just diffuses things. And I have great memories of being a lunch mom or a volunteer, during certain periods. It's you as a parent, if you can swing that, your wife will remember that forever.
Could you imagine Dawn as a lunch lady? Like tossing out the mac and cheese because it's bad for you, inserting your own green beans.
Well, no, they don't allow they don't allow you to serve the lunch.
Okay.
You are sort of a monitor in there.
Like by one of the tables.
Yeah, by one
walk
of the
around.
and you walk around
Yep.
and you talk to the kids. But just that presence is great for the kids, and even the kids who have learning differences or they're differently abled maybe, or maybe they have some problems at home.
Right.
Those kids often gravitated to me. And sometimes they would say stuff like, yeah, my mommy hates my daddy. She says daddy's a beep. You know what I mean? Kids have a lot going on, and it all comes out in school.
Yes, it does.
So I strongly recommend for parents. I know it's not obviously the permanent solution, but the more parents can get in there and volunteer, it does help.
All right.
So I'm glad.
Who has
Kristen's
time
gonna
for that,
do that
though? I mean,
I know we can't even get our parents to vote.
I'm not here in the morning.
I can't vote.
My wife is, you know what I mean? Nobody has time for this.
Well, you make the time. Nick could if you cut your nap short.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're out of here at 10. You could,
right.
even if you took like a quick nap.
I squeeze the nap in,
Either
then I
by
get to
noon.
the 5th grade lunch. I'll miss the 3rd and the 4th graders, but I'll be there in time for the 5th graders.
Let me tell you something. My daddy showing up is even bigger than the mommy showing up, which always makes us moms, but it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a big thing. And the statistics show that your child is less likely to be bullied. There are all kinds of stats on it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I believe you.
As I digress, we talked about our Philadelphia, Phillies home opener yesterday. Thank goodness, on a beautiful day, on a beautiful afternoon before that horrible weather struck. And so Brandon Graham parading onto the infield, Citizens Bank Park yesterday afternoon, clutching the Lombardi Trophy, and as well Saquon Barkley was there. It was a pretty cool moment to just celebrate all of our sports teams, I thought, and what a treat for fans. So we won. We're the winners. We play again, against the Rockies tomorrow? But
tomorrow.
6-1.
Yep.
So it was Schwarber, once. I really didn't get going until I would say, the 6th or 7th inning?
6th, yeah. No runs. And whatchamacallit scored first. Yeah. Colorado scored first.
Philly's on pace, though, to win 121 games. Watch out, folks. It's going to be a record-setting year.
So it was, I don't know. I think we were off to a great start. It was
Kyle
a lot of fun.
Kyle Schwarber's off to an incredible start.
It was fun.
3 home runs, 6 ribbies. He is kind of a big, dopey, goofy kind of guy, isn't he?
I love it.
I always hear him at Wawa when I'm pumping my gas over the loudspeaker. Hey, it's Kyle Schwarber here.
Cute. We are sponsored by First Bank this morning. Ready to drive your business's success with a trusted local partner? Just count on First Bank for your personalized support, smart solutions, help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com. Learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Thank you, First Bank, for sponsoring our second edition of Kayal & Company News Live.
By the way, the Cory Booker's still speaking.
Let's go to Cory.
And so, when is it enough?
Yeah.
When is it enough? This is the week.
12
This is
hours
the month
now.
of Passover.
Well,
and
he
there's
started
a
at 7, so
wonderful
what's that? Yeah, 12,
song
yeah,
I love
12 and a
singing
half,
when
yeah.
I'm at a Pesach, the Dayenu. It would have been enough. Is the song? You know,
It looked like sometime in the
God just
in the late 6 o'clock hour, he tagged out. Maybe he had to, pee or something.
Right.
And he tagged somebody else in. So there are other people there.
Okay.
But for those of you just tuning in here at 7:20, Cory Booker has been on the Senate floor for over 12 hours, doing a filibuster that's not a filibuster, right, Dawn? It's a filibuster, but not a filibuster.
Yeah, they're calling it a filibuster, as you say, in air quotes, because technically they already voted. So I guess the Marathon Senate speech to hold the floor is just a protest.
Jimmy Kelly says Cory Booker wants to be the new morning host at B101. No, trust me. B morning host could never go this long.
On the highest ideals of this
line.
I don't really know what is. I was looking for, what's the real point? Usually they do this to filibuster to hold off a vote.
Yeah.
So
Their favorability rating has now gone down to 25%.
Yeah, dude needs to. Yeah. That's an ill-fitting suit. I know you can't see it, but it's an ill-fitting suit. He needs to. Maybe he should do a 12-hour run.
Yeah.
Does he have tears of
Why don't you do the Bend
Tears
to
of
the
rage.
Shore bike tour with us, Cor? You can ride with Greg and I.
Activates the Alien Enemies Acts and starts disappearing human beings without due process. When is it enough? Well, it's enough for me.
His eyes
It's
are really
enough
big.
for me.
Yeah.
12 hours
He's
now
on pure
I'm standing, and
adrenaline.
I'm still going strong
Yeah, you
because
are.
this president is wrong.
Yeah.
not quite
And he's
tears of
violating
rage.
principles that we hold dear and principles in this document that are so clear and plain. The powers of the Article 1 branch are spelled out, and he is violating them. Don't take my word for it. Republican appointed judges, Democrat appointed judges are saying it and stopping him, and then he maligns the judge that did that. When is it enough for people to speak out and not just fall in line, to put patriotism over a person that's in the White House? So to your question, sir, to my friend, and I'm sorry to get a little animated at this early morning hour, but
I haven't slept.
so frustrated.
getting loopy.
And not just because of that, but I'm reading the stories. We're going into the next section, which is national security, and I'm reading the stories of our citizens of this country, not just New Jerseyans. Yeah, there's a lot we've read in these 12 hours, but there are people from all over the country are reaching out to my office, and I know they are yours. You're the second highest ranking Democrat in here. I know they're reaching out to you because you're a man that stands for justice. I know they reach out to your office too because you're one of these outposts for sanity in a Congress that is being too complicit to an executive that is overstepping his authority and violating the Constitution and hurting people who rely on health care and Social Security.
He's going to start crying.
I don't think there's anything I could talk about for 12 straight hours. You know what we should schedule? We should schedule Cory Booker against Zioli and see who can go longer. You thought Zioli on Radiothon for 13 hours put on a performance. This guy's going 12 straight hours, and I don't think he's had commercial breaks.
But to be fair, the three of us worked the longest that day. I mean, if you want to talk stamina, we were the ones in here at 6 a.m. So
Melanie checks in on our news.
Greg Stocker has stamina.
Yeah.
Don't question his stamina.
Thank you.
Stamina and jism.
Mr.
Chisholm.
Melanie says, my son is in an elementary school. So much of the administration handcuffs teachers to be able to control. Not all schools allow parents. The stories that he has are insane. That is from Melanie on X. Do we have time for a call quickly on this subject? Sure. Tony is in Lansdale, has some thoughts on the school issue we had in the news. Tony, you go right ahead.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
There's a couple issues to deal with. One is in private school, because parents are paying, they have the ability to expel bad kids. My wife is a special education teacher at a public school, in the elementary school, and one of the problems is that the way the laws are written, they hate to say this, but a kid with special needs has to be in a class, for lack of a better word, a normalized class. So if that child has a meltdown halfway through the morning, the teacher has to deal with that child in that class, and fifth graders are going to be fifth graders. They're going to make fun. They're going to yell. It's not right, but that's what they do. So a lot of the problems are the way laws are written. So it's easy to say, this child's this or that, but sometimes they don't belong in mainstream, so to speak. They need special attention to get them to be very successful. In my wife's case, she partners with another teacher, and they do one-on-ones. And they each have one child in the morning, and then in the afternoon they switch children, and that's to give the child a break, not the teacher a break. And then as far as these teachers melting down, some of them really aren't adults, and they shouldn't be. It's just the way they're brought up. It's a sin to say, but it's a fact of life.
Yeah, good stuff, Tony. We appreciate the call. Thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get to our last story before we get to a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. The bigger question is, what's not on the cut sheet?
Yeah.
This one is massive for a Tuesday. Right now, a word from our friends at Natural Lawn of America, because when you're choosing a lawn care service, it makes sense to hire a company that provides better results and is also safer for your family and pets. That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, my lawn care company. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure that your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every single year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at pgachampionships.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier, that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Kayal and Company. 7:30 on a Tuesday morning. The world famous What's on the Cut Sheet coming up at 7:45. In fact, it's so popular and everybody wants to be a part of it, that even my wife is now texting me content for the cut sheet. She sent me a video.
Spouses are welcome to.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Might have to use my veto power here.
Uh-oh.
I've got to study this clip she sent from Instagram. I'll pass it along to you and Phil. You guys can screen it, but she says, "Hey, here's some show content."
Wow.
She's like a radio consultant now.
I like it.
I've got content for you, hubby. You want some content? That's what we call. They used to be called topics and subjects. Now it's called content. So consultants can continue to make lots of money from dopey brand managers that need to hire a consultant. Stalker, you don't hire consultants, do you?
Nope. I'm my own consultant.
I was gonna say, like, if you don't know
I consult,
how to do the job, why would you,
I consult other radio stations. And that's the God's honest truth.
Yeah, they are picking your brain elsewhere, huh?
Yeah. Why do we not have a lot of YouTube views? Wow.
Are we being shadow banned?
No. That's what people are asking me.
Oh. Well, you didn't push it as hard as we did. And now everybody in the company wants to jump on the bandwagon. But I digress.
You don't have Nick Kayal, Don Stensland, and Greg Stocker.
Yeah. I actually think the three of us could leave this format for any other format in Odyssey.
Oh, here we go.
And do the same thing.
Dawn is quiet.
Sports, music.
She doesn't like
traffic.
She doesn't like
weather. She doesn't like to spike the football.
Dawn, you're a big believer in karma, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
No, Dawn's just like
I'm superstitious.
I've been in the end zone many times. I've scored touchdowns. I just hand the ball to the ref and go about to the next possession. I like to celebrate and do the icky shuffle. 855-839-1210. How about that for a reference? That's 80s there. Right?
Was that the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah, old Icky Woods back in the day. Yeah. Speaking of back in the day, there was a time probably back in the day where a lot of people didn't actually schedule worry time in their day. But the New York Post with a story with the headline, "A majority of Gen Z and millennials are in a, quote, constant state of worry, with 10% of them actually scheduling daily worrying time." I guess they legitimately carve out a block of their day to sit down and worry. Yes, 1 in 10 young Americans schedule worry time, according to new research. The survey of 2,000 general population Americans revealed that 10% of young Americans, Gen Z and millennial respondents, scheduled a specific time in their day to worry. That's compared to just 3% of the older American generations, including Gen X and baby boomers. The survey asked respondents why they schedule said worry time or why they would consider doing so, 38%, and revealed a variety of benefits. They said respondents say it helps to reduce the time they spend worrying and allows them to manage their anxiety. So instead of just random worrying throughout the day when something pops up, you carve out a little piece of your day to sit down and say, all right, nobody bother me. It's worry time, right? Having a set time to worry also
I don't have time
helps.
to worry.
You need to
Get a job.
That's exactly. We need to go to war. I'm an anti-war guy
with mental health,
but we need to go to an actual war because this generation has too much time on their hands.
So is this a real mental health issue or is this mental weakness? Because I think there's a difference. There's some people that legit have anxiety, need some medication. I got it, right? And then there's others that are just snowflakes.
Yes.
I'm really serious. Get a job, get a purpose.
Dawn is 100% right.
How about
100%.
exercise?
Stop with the medication.
How about exercise?
The medication works.
Get a job.
Yes. No.
Just get a job.
get a job, get
like a full-time
exercise,
job. Be busy.
Yes, be busy.
Be like Melania. Be
Mhm.
best. Be busy. Be purpose-driven.
They say having a set time to worry would also help with mental health, as well as limit both the impact of stress on their life and how much they worry about things out of their control. Conducted by Talker Research on behalf of Avocado Green Mattress ahead of Earth Day in April, the survey also looked more generally at worry at the impact that this has on American lives. 47% of respondents said it feels like they're in a constant state of worry. 6 out of 10 Gen Z and millennial respondents agreed with this. And when asked in the day when they tend to worry the most, a third say they worry when they're alone, as well as in bed before they go to sleep and fall asleep.
You know why you're having trouble falling asleep? Because you're not tired enough.
You didn't accomplish enough.
So work harder. Work. I'm really serious.
Yep.
People need, and that's why we need in-person working. Go to your job, work your keister off, clean, do, work, volunteer, eat, exercise, go to bed. When your head hits that pillow, you're going to be so tired, you're going to fall right to sleep.
How many times have I said remote work, not good for you?
I know,
You
that's
sit
what I
around in
think.
that computer chair all damn day.
And also just go to church or pray. Like I love the Hallow. I love Mark Wahlberg when he goes, stay prayed up, and then they make fun of him doing it. But seriously, people don't pray anymore. Meditate. Go to church.
So you like to bring a lot of things
or
back
temple.
to you like to bring a lot of things back to COVID and the pandemic.
Yep.
How much of this is COVID? How much of this is social media? How much of this is weak parenting that created this sense of entitlement? I would rather be a slight stickler and a little bit of a hard ass on my kids and feel like they're ready to go when they become an adult than to underperform as a parent, let them get away with too much, and then have them at the age of 24 when they get a job out of college go on TikTok and melt down and say, it's 6:30 and I just got home and I don't have time to go to the gym and I'm too exhausted to make dinner. Like, I would rather get them ready for the rigors of real life. That was the one thing I think my parents did really, really good and did a great job. Well, yes. They were like, and I always say when I tell people that my parents died when I was 25 or 26, I said, when they died, I was ready for the real world.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I was, completely mature. I'm still immature to this day. It's just the way I am. But I knew what I wanted to do with my life. I knew how to do laundry. I knew how to grill food. Like my parents were gone, and I was like, all right, it sucks, but I mean, I was ready for the real world. And my dad always said, when you become an adult, the fun and games are over. Enjoy your childhood. I think a lot of these kids just assume that life is going to be easy because it was easy from when they were 6 until they were 18. And then they got mollywopped over the head with reality, and they don't know how to handle it. I think that's a big part of this. I think COVID was a part of it. And just look at the stats here. A lot of these people worry when they're alone. Yep. I've said this many times on this show. Humans don't deal well with social isolation.
I will agree with Dawn on one thing about the pandemic, that it did completely reshape our society.
Yeah.
And not in a good way. And there was a lot of, well, I do like the independent nature that I think we all kind of, and the critical thinking nature that I think came out of the pandemic. Those were kind of two positives, but like 98% of it was negative.
Mm-hmm.
So the isolation and the fact that people realize that they don't really need other people. They can just kind of be by themselves and they're fine because they did it during COVID. It's been damaging. It's been completely damaging.
It makes you wonder about the work ethic for today, because here's the respondent percentages of subjects and topics that they worry about. 53%, the leading worry for these people, is finances. 42% is their family. 42% is, quote, things I need to take care of. 37% is my health. 22% is getting enough sleep. 19% is politics or the current political situation. 17% is work. 13% is my pets. And 6% is climate change. So, I mean, these are all things that I think we all think about to some extent, if not on a daily basis, a weekly or a monthly basis. But we don't carve out time to sit down and, I'm thinking of these people legitimately just sitting there with their phone, swiping and scrolling, or self-posting their pity patty and their pity party and their issues. I don't know about you, but I don't post about my financial issues. I don't post about my health. I talk about it on the radio. I don't post about getting enough sleep. I think these people, like, these are all things we all worry about to some extent. But if you have a work ethic and you control the controllables, that's one thing I learned years ago. And I think, really, honestly, I think radio did this to me. When I first started in this business, I always was meddling in, what's going on down the hall? Who's gossiping? Who's creating drama? Once you get to a point in your life where you sit there, and I don't think this is necessarily a religious thing, although you can say, God's in control. I'm going to control what I control. The whole thing. Like, I just sit back every day and I say, you know what? I've been fired in radio. I've had health issues. I've had SVT. I'm not saying I'm a cancer survivor. Trust me, I respect all the people that have had to deal with far more trauma in their life than I have. But I feel like I've been hardened a little bit by life at a young age. So I just sit back and I say, you know what? I'm going to control what I can control and let the cards fall where they may, right?
Yep.
I guess that's all you can do. Some of this is such self-inflicted worry when you don't need to worry about it. And I understand some people can't control it because their mind races and they need medicine. But for some other people out there, I'm like, dude, you got to toughen up.
The problem, too, is that you asked when we started this segment, is this mental health or is this just, anxiety? I don't think it's mental health. I think that it's too much time being alone. It's too much time on social media. And to Dawn's point, it's too much time not having a purpose in life and just sitting in your basement or sitting on your couch and scrolling endlessly, doom scrolling on Twitter or on Facebook or whatever. And it's just like that's where the anxiety comes from.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys, social media, our phones have been the biggest plague on this society for 15 years.
That's why I push back every time somebody tells me they don't have enough time. Unless you're Don Stensland, 6 hours of radio, husband, wife, family, the whole bit. Most people, I believe, have the time to educate themselves to vote, to go out and vote, to get on a treadmill, to lose weight. So you're telling me you don't have 25 minutes to get on the elliptical. Yet I sat there and watched you for 38 minutes playing a stupid game on your phone. Put the damn phone down.
Dawn, I think he's talking to his daughter.
Kayal and Company, the cut sheet is coming up next. And will my wife contribute to the cut sheet today?
Oh, boy.
We will screen properly and proceed forward. Kayal and Company, we're back after this.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
We all send our children to school to get educated, so when they finally graduate, they're more prepared to handle what life deals them. And when you're in or near retirement, we encourage you to get financially educated about the safe alternatives outside of Wall Street. This week's expert report highlights the importance of receiving such a financial education. A recent survey of retirees conducted by the Transamerica Institute for Retirement Studies reveals a concerning lack of preparedness for retirement. Only 24% of retirees say they have a lot of working knowledge about personal finance. And just 19% of retirees said they have a written financial strategy for retirement. And despite the complexity of retirement planning, only 1 in 3, that's 33%, use a financial advisor. According to Allianz Life Insurance Company, that explains why nearly 2/3 of American retirees fear running out of money more than death. The first step to increasing your financial education is doing your homework. Seek out a licensed retirement phase expert who will give you a proprietary financial study guide on the proven safe alternatives outside of Wall Street. Once you've completed your homework on how to protect your nest egg and guarantee that it will grow safely, you will be able to graduate to a retirement future that's filled with peace of mind.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
My name is Nick. Along with Dawn and Greg, we work on the 4th floor at Odyssey World Headquarters, 2400 Market Street, as Dawn Stensland likes to say from time to time. It's Kayal and Company. By the way, if you're going to contribute to the cut sheet,
Nick. Oh, Dawn.
You cannot send us clips that are 2 years old. Because when I do that, or if Harry Mays does that, or Phil Omquist does that, or Dawn does that, and Stocker gets wind of it, he says things like this.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
So, to my dear, beautiful wife, your first attempt at contributing to the cut sheet was a total fail. Total fail. Total fail. We'll talk about it today, though. I'll see you in a little bit.
Dawn.
I'm dead, Dawn. I'm dead.
I mean, she did send a clip that was 2 years old. So.
The things I do.
But she's making an effort.
That's right.
So just...
A for effort. Yes.
My advice to you, you might have won the battle. My friend, you have not won the war.
No, I did not.
Okay?
No, I did not. You are absolutely correct. Let's get down to business. 7:49. What's on the cut sheet? That's not 2 years old.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Get ready for a burst of bold, fruity flavor. Introducing Rita's new Skittles Ice. Try it in gelati or ice blender. Add even more fun with the crunchy new Skittles pop topping. Stop by Rita's today. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever important Springs in the Air. I love all the I love all the advertising. We have Rita's. We have Natural Lawn. It's like ice cream or ice.
Yeah, I love it.
Grass,
you
like,
go
I love
out
it
there,
all.
Your lawn looks nice. You tell the kids, hey, you want to go get a gelati?
Yeah.
You go get that gelati. You go back. You put the fills on for a little bit. Here.
I like it now because I can use Rita's as reward / punishment for my son when he doesn't listen.
I know.
It's great.
My kids are jumping the gun on it, though. They've asked like 5 times.
Yep.
We've gone once already.
Yeah.
I said, let's just slow it down a little bit here. It's March.
I told my wife, I said that, like, my son needs to not be, have something taken away from him for waking up so much last night. But she goes, he's 4, and there were loud thunderstorms. You have to. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I slept through them.
I slept like a baby. Snoring, whistling.
Dawn,
didn't hear a damn thing.
Do I take something away from him for waking up so much last night?
No.
Come on.
It was a loud.
No, it's not. It's a loud storm. Come on, toughen up.
How long did it last? It didn't last long, did it? I think I was still awake when it was over. Usually I fall right to sleep when I'm done.
You know what I realized? Sometimes, like, Dawn will go quiet or won't respond to something. And I'll be like, she doesn't want to contribute. And then I watch it back on YouTube, and I realize she's mugging to the camera. So
that's the television.
Yeah. So Nick, if you're ever doing something and you say, Dawn, what do you think about this? And she
makes a face.
She makes a face and doesn't answer, and you're like, oh my God, did that segment just bomb? You're like, no, it didn't. It's just she's mugging for the camera.
Okay.
I'm giving good face.
YouTube.com/@1210.
If you're not watching, it's not my problem.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Okay, I want to talk. Get on over there if you want to see this video. Dawn will definitely have something to say on this. Elon Musk's baby mama drama.
Oh boy. Not a good look, man. But
So-
again, you're the most powerful guy in the world. So.
All right, so here's the deal. So she went to X or Instagram or one of these things. By the way, she's a beautiful woman and about 30 years his junior.
You feel like she's a gold digger, though?
Please.
I mean, I ain't saying she's a gold digger, but
So
she ain't messing with no.
Yeah, she did an interview with the Daily Mail because I guess she traded in her Tesla to make ends meet.
To make ends meet.
Well, apparently she claims that Elon Musk has stopped giving her child support.
That's a scumbag. That's a scumbag move.
Well, Elon Musk
true.
had something to say on this. This is the gossip portion of 1210 WPHT.
Okay, page
because Elon Musk's baby mama drama playing out in real time. Roll this.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60%.
All right, hang on a second.
60%.
She looks like a child. Elon Musk is 52 years old.
Well, how old is she?
She's in her 20s. She has to be in her 20s.
What's her name?
Ashley St. Clair. She's she's an influencer. She's another one that's never done anything.
Another reason that we should just shut social media down for good. Influencer. I'm sick of influencers.
He got into her DMs.
Well, I got into more of it.
Got into some canals.
Oh boy! All right, roll
Elon,
this. Keep yeah.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
It's a great question for
I feel
him.
like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way.
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th.
But he's just not responding to you at all. And how would you characterize him the way that he's going about?
You can check the stocks. I am. I'm not the only one.
We won't get you
who's
on
putting
that.
up those messes.
We're not going to get you.
And that's her selling the Tesla. So yeah.
So this played out on social media, and I'm going to read you some of the tweets that Musk got involved publicly with because Laura Loomer had to throw her social stench all over the conversation because she's at the point where she's doing anything she can to get back into
Trump's good
graces and have access to the White House. It's just really embarrassing, by the way, because I'm trying to find it and I can't find it. But let me just ask you this as I keep searching for it. So you had to trade in or sell your Tesla because you were hit with a, quote, 60% child support reduction. I'm assuming Elon Musk is giving you more than
millions,
$800 a week.
So it looks like, maybe this. No, some places are saying his alleged child. So I'm not sure. Is he requesting a paternity test?
Let me read.
Paid her $2.5 million.
Let me read the tweet. Elon Musk says, I don't know if the child is mine or not. He tweeted this last night, by the way. I don't know if the child is mine or not, but am not against finding out. No court is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I have given Ashley $2.5 million and I'm sending her $500,000 a year. That was from her.
And thank you for reading that tweet, because I can't find it. There's whose Twitter timeline is more cluttered, Elon or Dawn's?
So this is the problem with these. The problem with our text thread is there's like 7 of them now.
I know.
We need to bring them back to just one.
I'm going to doge the other 6.
She then responds by saying, Elon, we asked you to confirm paternity through a test before our child, who you named, was even born. You refused. And you weren't sending me money. You were sending a support for your child that you thought was necessary until you withdrew most of it to maintain control and punish me for disobedience. That's in quotes.
Disobedience.
But you're really only punishing your son. It's ironic that your last effort in court was to try to gag me while you use social media channels you literally own to distribute derogatory messages about me and our child to the entire world. It's all about the control with you, and everyone can see it. America needs you to grow up, you petulant man-child. If you go to YouTube, you can see the back and forth there on Twitter.
Oh, there it is. Yes. Nice work.
So I'm like I said this to you guys last night. I'm so glad that adults are in charge.
Yes. Not a good look to have this play out on social media for the world to see. I don't know if she's a gold digger or not, but here's what I would say. Here's what I do know. Elon Musk has, 13, 14 kids?
This baby would be baby 13.
Baby 13? And you're sitting there talking about a paternity. Again, to me, it's universal. Personal responsibility and accountability. You don't know if that's your child or not? What does that say about you? How much of your seed are you distributing around the world?
Wow, seed.
I mean, seriously, come on, dude.
What I read in between the lines is that she demanded through a court that a child paternity, test take place. So she went through the courts and she wants she filed a paternity suit. So she filed that in court. I think that in a Manhattan Supreme Court. And so I think that what I'm inferring here is that he had been very generous. He had given her millions of dollars. There are pictures of him holding the baby after the baby was born. Now she's doing something else where she has gone to a Supreme Court. She's demanding a paternity test.
She probably wants it to be his so she gets compensated, right?
And therefore then she will sue and be able to demand the money and go through the courts. And I think he probably does not want his DNA and his hot mess to go through the courts.
And for the record, I'll have Elon's baby as well for the right price.
You will?
My God, these people.
Because men can become pregnant. You know that, right?
So gross. Right. It's so gross. The entire thing is gross. Elon Musk is gross. She's gross.
He's not gross.
No, he is.
He is. He's gross.
He is.
13
I know you
kids?
love him, and he's like your hero, but he's gross. He has 13 children. I don't care if he can take care of them.
Let me ask you this.
He takes care of them fine.
If Elon Musk was a female, what will we say about her?
Exactly.
We'd call her the WH, you know what word.
Yeah.
He's a male, you know what.
Yeah.
And he can afford to be. He's the most wealthy, powerful guy on the planet.
It's gross.
It's
the whole thing's a soap opera.
Well, here's the hypocrisy of this,
and it's disgraceful that it's taking place on such a national stage.
Isn't it Republicans and conservatives? I'm gonna get the YouTube chat fired up. I'll be the turd in the punch bowl, stalker style. Okay, isn't it conservatives that always talk about the traditional family setting and family values? Does Elon Musk represent family values?
It doesn't.
No.
This day and age.
And I'm not some holier than thou family value guy.
This day and age, it doesn't matter anymore. As long as they get the results, nobody cares.
Well, he's trying to repopulate the planet because women are not having kids like they used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing his part. So nice
Look,
work.
I hope they work it out. It's a shame that the whole thing is a lot of baby mama drama going on. So
I don't think Elon Musk is necessarily a bad human being. Yeah, he's just a little reckless, with some of his bits and pieces.
Dude, just wear a raincoat.
But I gotta be honest. Like, I'll be honest. I'm not a hypocrite. If I was Elon Musk, I'd be living the life he's living too.
You would?
I'm not saying if I had the ability to purchase X, zero chance I'm settling down, getting married, and having a little picket fence yard.
But the other circus that played out yesterday was Kid Rock in the Oval Office dressed as gay Elvis.
Now, was Bill Maher there? Because
it's a great question.
I'm
not
still looking
sure.
for that answer. I asked that question yesterday.
My bingo card was full yesterday with the baby mama drama playing out on Twitter with Elon Musk. Kid Rock dressed in some weird leisure suit, standing next to. Where's all the people of like? Is that any way to dress next to the president? Where's JD Vance to call him out for not wearing a suit?
We sit here and we make our authentic opinions, whether they're liked and accepted by the audience or not. But we're gonna miss this era because this is not gonna last forever. The Trump era, the Kid Rock era, the Elon Musk era. We're gonna get to a point where we're stuck with no disrespect because he's a policy champion, but we're gonna be stuck with like Ron DeSantis.
91.
We're gonna be bored as hell.
91 Ellis Axer says people stuck with a ball and chain hate successful bachelor life, folks. Yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
You're like, damn him with this 26-year-old hottie.
I love my life. I really do. But come on, Elon. Yeah.
All right, cut 17. So he talked. Kid Rock spoke about. Look. This is and I want to bring Phil Almquist in on this too. They talked about ticket scalping, and if anybody who has bought tickets recently for a concert knows that the fees are insane.
The fees.
If you spend, like, I'm going to see the Allman Brothers in April.
Okay.
Later on this month. And I don't know, the seats I got were decent seats, because I don't go to that many concerts. So it was a decent seat. So like a $150 ticket. The $150 ticket turns into a $227 ticket because of all the fees and the,
$75 in fees?
Yes. It's insanity.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Trump is addressing this, I give him kudos for. Go to Kid Rock. You have to see this video, by the way. Now, there we go.
Yeah, anybody it doesn't matter your politics. First of all, thank you, Mr. President, because this has happened at lightning speed. I know you I want to make sure Alina Habba gets her credit too, because I know she worked very hard on this, but thank you for making this happen so quick. Anyone who's bought a concert ticket in the last decade, maybe 20 years, no matter what your politics are, knows it is a conundrum. You buy a ticket for $100, by the time you check out, it's $170. You don't know what you can charge for, but more importantly, these bots, they come in to get all the good tickets to your favorite shows you want to go to, and then they're relisted immediately for sometimes a 400 or 500% markup. And the artists don't see any of that money. And, ultimately, I think this is a great first step. I would love down the road if there would be some legislation that we could actually put a cap on the resale of tickets. And I'm a capitalist and a deregulation guy, but they've tried this in some places in Europe, and it seems to be the only thing that's us as artists be able to get the tickets into the hands of the fans at the prices we set. I'll be the first one to say, and I know the president doesn't like when I say this, but I'm a little overpaid right now. It's kind of ridiculous. I would rather be, a hero to working class people and have them be able to come attend my shows and give them a fair ticket price. I can't control that right now, so hopefully this is a step to really be able to make that happen.
By the way, let me just say this too. I'm a huge Kid Rock fan. I love Kid Rock has some really good records, really, really good records. I just bro.
Oh, I thought you thought his music was trash.
I mean, some of his earlier stuff, Ball with a Ball, is trash.
Okay.
But some of his rock records, like First Kiss, and some of the stuff he's done in the late 2000s has been solid rock and roll stuff.
Okay.
Just great stuff.
Yeah.
To give a news headline to this was President Trump yesterday, 1 p.m. in the Oval. With President Trump signing executive orders, and this one executive order to protect fans from exploitative ticket scalping, and bring common sense reforms to America's live entertainment ticketing industry.
So I agree with Kid Rock. I'm a capitalist. I want deregulation, but this does sound wrong that you could pay, like he said, $100 and then it becomes $170 at checkout.
Yeah.
Stalker, you paid $150. It became $227 at checkout.
Yep. Phil, nobody goes to more concerts than Phil Almquist.
Or sporting events.
Phil, talk to us about junk fees.
Oh my God, the biggest fee that drives me absolutely insane is the fee when I have to pay to print the ticket out on my own printer at home. That one's the one that really drives me.
You can show it on your phone.
You print enough at 5:30 in the morning for Kayal and Company, so that probably really does trigger you.
No, Dawn brings up a good point. Can't you just show it on your phone?
You can screenshot it, right?
Well, you can't screenshot it because of the security feature that they have in some of the ticket sites right now. So,
I mean, if you just as long as your phone doesn't die, you don't necessarily need. I'm going to push back on this and say, you know, Kid Chris, if you have too much money,
Kid Rock.
why not? Or Kid Rock, I mean,
Well,
not
Kid Chris probably has too
obviously,
much money too.
But all of y'all have way too much money. So why don't you hire some of like Elon's buddies who are right there in Doge? You know, as they find all the you know bad spending and wasteful spending, and have them create an app that you control.
Now,
because Ticketmaster actually does a job. They have to deal with all of this, and they have to create encrypted. You know what I mean? They have a lot to deal with.
Is this and I don't want to out because I know we deal with some of these ticket companies, but you have Ticketmaster, you have StubHub, you have Live Nation. Are they all complicit and guilty in this practice, or is it one specific?
Usually Ticketmaster
Is
that
it?
they're targeting, but Ticketmaster has to deal with millions and millions of fans. Like Phil said, they have to be encrypted. They have to be insured if they screw it up. It's a lot to undertake.
Wasn't there some sort of drama with a Taylor Swift event with the Eras Tour with tickets?
crashed.
Yeah.
Phil, am I exaggerating by saying that a $150 ticket at checkout time can be about $227?
absolutely not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. Like I said, I think for Disturbed, I paid about $110 face, and it came to be like $160 per. Wednesday night in Wells Fargo Center, so yeah.
It is absolutely ridiculous, and I'm glad that finally we have somebody that's going to do something about it. I mean, you know, just look, all these executive orders, it's fun. It's a big fun show, but they actually have to be implemented, and 90% of them are not. So hopefully this one will be. But
Sounds a lot like Biden fighting junk fees.
Well, this executive order signed yesterday by Trump. It directs the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, to work with attorneys general. So actually, Dave Sunday, or is it the attorney general nationally? But then I assume that they'll work with the state level attorneys general. Because remember, Shapiro got involved with this when he was back in the day when he was attorney general. Now it's Republican Dave Sunday. It's a good question for our state level guys. But I'll say this: it's not an easy task. There's so much fraud out there.
Sure.
And so you have to be up to date on all of this. You have to have this encrypted site. And so I think part of it is they feel Ticketmaster, and Phil, correct me if I'm wrong, how many are, other than StubHub and Ticketmaster, how many are there really at this level who can handle millions of tickets with the encryption and the security?
Well, that's the key, what you just said about Ticketmaster. StubHub's a third party, but regarding Ticketmaster, Live Nation, they're the ones that actually own all the venues. So that's the key. Like when Pearl Jam sued these guys years ago, 20 years, 30 or whatever it was, they tried to do it on their own, but they couldn't because they didn't control the venue. So that was the whole problem with the whole thing.
Well,
so
and
that's
you're also
all these
thinking
fees are just out of control because of who owns the venue.
You're also just thinking about it from the digital standpoint, and the smartphone and apps and websites and QR codes. But remember, ticket scalping. Is that still illegal? Like when you go to the Wells Fargo Center and a guy's trying to make a cash transaction? Because it doesn't seem to me like police enforce it.
You guys, I've been to concerts, and it's heartbreaking when you see somebody.
But now it's
go ahead.
But now it's done on like StubHub. So like you don't get a lot of the guys. I mean, you still do.
Yeah.
But you don't get all the guys outside the venue going, 2 tickets. Who needs tickets? Who needs tickets? You still get them occasionally. But now people just go to third-party apps, StubHub and whatnot, and resell them.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, To be honest with you, like, I'll see a show that goes on sale, and Phil, I know, is like, they go on sale at 10 a.m. and he's there at 10:01 and he has tickets. I'm not like that. So, like, I'll see a show and I'll be like, I might want to go to that. 3 weeks later, I still kind of want to go to that. 5 weeks later, I still want to go. Then 2 weeks before, I'm like, I want to go to this. So I go to StubHub and pay an outrageous fee to see a show that I could have seen for 40% less.
Yep.
And it's heart-wrenching. Have you ever seen, we've been at like Eagles games where you see like a grandmother with her grandson and she got duped and they have the printout of the tickets they think is legit and probably paid a fortune for them. And they're like, we're sorry, this is a counter. And if I had like an extra ticket, I would give it to her. You know what I mean? Because and everybody knows they got scammed.
Yep.
So there's that.
By the way, Phil Almquist, you can hear every Saturday night here from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on 1210 WPHT for This Week in Music History.
All the Phil timers out there.
This week, Phil, you're doing what? What's the theme this week?
My Phil Spotlight is on, well, I'm going to the White House in a couple weeks, so I'm going to do bands that have the word white in the title.
Oh, I like it.
Cool.
Sounds racist.
White Snake, White Lion. Hang on. White Stripes.
Well, you got 3 right there.
Okay. I like it. I like it. All right. Can we check in on Kanye West?
Do we have to?
Speaking of mental health.
Did you guys see this? So he did an interview. I'm not sure with who. But he did an interview in a black KKK robe with a hat on. So I don't know if you've seen it, but his new jewelry line and his shirt line, he wears swastikas now.
Yeah.
So that's his new thing.
Okay.
And people like Nick Fuentes, those white supremacist nuts, think he's like the coolest thing since sliced bread.
So when does the Kanye Candace Owens podcast drop?
Oh, yeah, they all love him, by the way. They all love Kanye. Like he's very big in the Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes world.
Yeah, he's in the anti-Semitic camp.
But he's got, you see this, I don't know if you're showing it, but he has this big
I'm going to show it in a second, yeah.
chain with a huge swastika on it.
Yeah. He's clearly over the top.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Do you think he's going to be invited back to the White House?
No.
How about no?
But I think he is.
I don't know. They
what?
I never mind.
Laura Loomer's got a better chance. I have a better chance.
All right, let's get on over to YouTube if you want to see Kanye in a black KKK garb. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. All right, roll it.
That run the Super Bowl.
Oh wait, hang on. That's my fault. I still have Cory Booker still speaking.
Let's roll the video of Kanye, but listen to Cory Booker.
We'll get to Cory Booker in 1 second. All right, let's roll Kanye and go.
That run the Super Bowl had to come to people around the music industry and be like, you guys, you're letting your get out of hand.
He said,
oh my God, that Kanye. Would somebody take a knee for what? Where's out of there? See, that's the problem. You let them last too long.
What is going on?
In our league, they're for 2 years, 3 years, they're out of there. We deal with we got Tom Brady. He's great. We made Mahomes throw that fucking Super Bowl, so Tom could get his 7th ring. But, like, you guys at the music industry, you got to do, start getting smaller artists and put them on. We're going to set you up. We're going to take Rolling Loud. We're going to connect them with Live Nation. And then we're going to get a bunch of small artists, and then, you'll be able to make your money off of that. And then,
he's making the same point as Kid Rock is.
Doing good. We'll make them take the blue pill. We'll have them rap about scams. And then mention Northwest. We love Northwest. Oh, Kanye, don't worry about him. He's a lunatic. Don't worry about him.
As he's in a black KKK.
Does any of that sound right or sound accurate to you?
Never go northwest. Wow. Always go southeast.
Well, that's the name
standard.
of his. That's one of his children. With Kim.
Yep.
It's named Northwest.
I think COVID broke a lot of people's brains. But I think
he was already diagnosed.
But yeah, I think Kim Kardashian might have broke his brain. This is why you got to avoid the Kardashians. It never ends up well for the man.
You're blaming the woman. Look at you, Kayal. What a sexist thing to say.
That whole diva family.
Yeah.
But
she's
this guy's
a billionaire business person, and they're in a nasty divorce right now.
Thank you.
And that's part of what's going on. And he says now that he regrets having kids with her.
You think he's ever going to
those beautiful
regret?
kids.
You think he's ever going to regret wearing a black KKK outfit?
Look.
Steve on the YouTube chat says Dave Chappelle did a skit on this. He 100% did with a black KKK.
Here's the thing: an African American, very wealthy, famous African American man choosing to wear a black colored garb that he's making fun of the KKK.
Mm-hmm.
That's his choice, and it would be considered a commentary or whatever, a satire. But wearing the swastika jewelry, that is crazy.
Yeah.
And disturbing.
Yeah, he's
what
insane.
is up with him?
He's insane.
Do you think it's an act?
I don't know what his point is. Is he
I think
making
he's insane.
fun of? Yeah, I think he's. I mean, well, we know that one thing that Kim Kardashian said, because we know he's diagnosed with bipolar. He's been on medication for many decades. She claims that he went off the meds and has even more dire mental health issues. That's what she has, or her people have said.
So
Shame.
we're going to get back to Trump in 1 second, because he did take questions yesterday in the Oval Office, as he's wont to do. I think it was in the 6 o'clock hour yesterday.
Yeah, he's got to stop doing that. We have a show to do here.
From about 6:02 this morning until right now at 8:15, we've been periodically checking in with Cory Booker. So those of you who tuned in late, Cory Booker is right now filibustering, but not filibustering, according to Dawn Stensland. She has the actual news account of this. On the Senate floor, he's been talking since 7 p.m. last night. So we're going on hour 14, I guess, 14 and a half. He's speaking.
Tell them that you have 30 days to leave.
He's speaking right now.
But there should be due process.
He's speaking about the
You should
dangers
have to make
of Elon
your
Musk
claims in
and
court.
Donald
This
Trump.
person is somehow lying.
And the record,
with
Dawn,
some
you
kind
said,
of
is what,
enemy. Prove it.
24 hours, right?
Strom Thurmond was a
reflect
racist South Carolina Democrat at the time, and Strom Thurmond was back in the day protesting a civil rights law from passing. Usually they filibuster.
So there's good precedent for
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
He's still
She's
speaking.
guided by the oath that she took to defend the Constitution. And in these complex
He
and
loves
difficult
the spotlight,
times, she's
this guy
standing
does.
up. And
He
I tell you,
loves the
when
spotlight.
We were in the immigration section last night.
I got to give him credit, though. I mean, speaking for 14 and a half hours, not easy. Not easy. So good for you, Cory Booker.
So it's all fun and games. It's good. We can mock it. But here's the question, and it's a criticism of the Democrats because they still haven't learned.
Yeah.
So you have spent 9 years ranting and raving about Donald Trump, and you've lost 2 out of 3 elections. Now all of a sudden you think a 14-hour filibuster, in air quotes, is going to make your party look more sane? Accomplish something else?
Can't hurt.
Tom,
I guess that's what.
Tom Walsh wins YouTube. He says maybe people would listen to him if he wore a KKK outfit.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe the Democrats need Kanye.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Can you imagine Kanye standing up there just speaking for 14 hours?
Could you imagine a Kanye Jasmine Crockett ticket?
Yeah.
No. We've gone full on crazy.
All right, let's. So Trump yesterday took some questions in the Oval Office about a range of different things when he was speaking about the ticket scalpers for concert tickets. With all of the best questions, I think, were from Peter Doocy, as they usually are. With all of the what's happening with Tesla right now, since Trump just bought a Tesla from Elon Musk a couple weeks ago that he's letting a staff drive around. Are any of the administration staffers worried about driving around in a Tesla? 15, go.
So you recently bought a Tesla for White House staff to use, but now there's all these domestic terrorists targeting Teslas. Are the staff scared to drive it?
I don't think so. I haven't heard. They were complaining. I did buy one, and I let the staff use it. We have it parked conveniently, and one day we give it to Margot, one day we give it to Chamberlain, give it to Natalie, we give it to everybody around, give it to Dan Scavino, but he's got so much money it doesn't matter. But they love the car, and it's a great car, and it's made here, and it's made in the country. He's got a tremendous plant now in Texas, and he has one in California. Does a lot of his work here, and he's been really unfairly treated, in my opinion. I travel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really would like to know how many Tesla owners out there. We talked about worry time, the Gen Z millennial story we gave you last hour, how they dedicate time each day to address their worries.
Yep.
I'd love to know on a percentage basis how many of Tesla owners, doesn't matter if you're left, right, or completely apolitical, have thought about driving the Tesla, thinking about what's going on. Does this pop up in your mind in your day-to-day travels?
We're going to get to that because there's vandalism right here in our own backyard, and kudos to NBC 10 for doing a news package on it last night. I will get to that.
Yeah, let me. Can I show this picture real quick? Phil, this was sent yesterday. You can fire this up on YouTube. My sister was picking up my nephew from daycare. She parks right behind a Tesla. License plate is blocked out. But you can see the little sticker that is on the left rear bumper area. It says, "I bought this before Elon went crazy." Now, I'm wondering how many people have had to resort to this. Or, if you want to go next level, is this an Elon dark MAGA supporter that put the sticker up so that they won't have their Tesla vandalized?
Good question. Oh.
No.
All right.
No.
Okay.
So you think, Dawn, it's somebody who's trying to virtue signal?
I think it's a liberal person who put that up there. Because if you're a Trump supporter,
I've seen a lot of these, by the way.
if I had a Tesla, which I don't, but if I did, I would put a Trump sticker on there and say, "Touch my Tesla, go ahead, make my day."
I'm
you know what I mean?
I'm an armed mama.
Yep, make my day, and then I would make sure I got it all on video.
Yep.
See Dawn pull out a machine gun.
You block me in my vehicle.
Yep.
You now have committed a felony. That is not okay. I have the right to stand my ground.
We will get to the anti-Trump vandalism that's happening in Bucks County. Really good report by NBC 10. We'll get to that in a couple minutes. But first, Peter Doocy asked about the Trump third term and if he would run against somebody else that would also run for a third term. Roll this.
This other story, I know it's hypothetical right now, but if you were allowed for some reason to run for a third term, is there a thought that the Democrats could try to run Barack Obama against you?
I'd love that.
For his third term?
I'd love that. That would be a good one. I'd like that. No, people are asking me to run, and there's a whole story about running for a third term. I don't know. I never looked into it. They do say there's a way you can do it, but I don't know about that. But I have not looked into it. I want to do a fantastic job. We have 4 years, just about, almost close to 4 years. Time is flying, but it's still close to 4 years, and we're getting a lot of credit for having done a great job in the first almost 100 days. Obama.
It would be amazing. That would be, I was thinking about this last night. What would that be the equivalent to? That would be like Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning. That would be like Stone Cold Steve Austin against The Rock.
Stop with this. You can't. I don't think he's serious, but if
I know.
If
But
it
still
comes
would be
down to that,
amazing.
no.
It would be the highest.
We don't have kings in this country, guys.
It would be the highest vote total in the history of politics. I think both guys.
Obama versus.
Both men would flirt with 90 million votes. It would be glorious.
It's not going to happen.
I know.
It's not
radio.
going to happen.
Play
There's going to be
along.
no. I know, but
I want to sell it on pay-per-view.
That's just it. Trump is just playing along. That's you said it. He's just playing along because these people are asking stupid questions.
So when he says I'm not joking, he means what?
He's trolling.
When he says I'm not joking, I aired a clip of him yesterday saying, of course it's not. He was asked about it on Air Force One yesterday.
Yeah.
But he's playing along. They're saying, well, what if? Okay, you want to play what if? Let's play this game. Oh, Obama, that'd be fun. To me, it's just he doesn't want to talk about the tariffs because the economy and the Dow are not great right now. So they're doing him a favor. Let's talk about, and I think we should all double down.
Worst first quarter since 2022, by the way.
So he's like, good. You want to talk about being a king? So I think we should all play along, and I'll just say this. He would be a great dictator. I don't usually like dictators, but don't you really want a Trump dictator? We should just go ahead. Double down, people. We want to hit that I hard. like big dictators. That's what I like.
And
big balls.
Plus
hairy balls.
Yes. I'll tell you what you do. Here's what
Don
you do.
likes big dictators.
CNN, MSNBC, every news network on cable, they all get together. They conspire together starting at 6 p.m. on election night 2028. It's Trump and Obama. If you want to track the election on television, you must pay $99.99 plus tax. It would be the highest grossed gate for a pay-per-view in the history of pay-per-views.
Just keep talking about it. We don't have to talk about this economy, what he's going to do with the tariffs tomorrow. He's got to make a decision.
Well, I
What's
told
he
you
gonna do?
what I think the motive behind this yesterday or 2 days ago. What day did I do the big take where I threw that little tip? It was yesterday. Today's Tuesday. This was to get people off of Signal app and the Signal app story. And the only reason why I think that might not be realistic or might not be the truth is because The View actually echoed the same sentiment yesterday. So the fact that Joy Behar has the same thought process that I do makes me want to walk that one back a little bit. But that was my initial feeling, that this was meant to throw a turd in the punch bowl, as Stocker says.
Kevin pulls with a shout out to Red Peters. Yes. How's your dictation machine? How's your dictation machine?
Kev, just work on those pajama pants, man.
Red Peters.
Believe me, you will guzzle.
Amazing Red Peters. All right, so there's been anti-Trump vandalism that happened in Bucks County, Lower Makefield Township, down there, close to New Hope, which I know everybody's shocked at. Shocked that there's vandalism, there's anti-Trump vandalism, and around the New Hope area. But kudos to NBC 10 for doing an investigative report on this. I think this was very well done. Roll it. Sorry, Phil, cut 18. Got ahead of
Police
myself.
say it was here on October 31st. A woman parked in this grocery store lot. When she returned, about a dozen nails and screws were under her car. Police say store video shows a man tossing the items there, but the images were too grainy to identify him. Over the course of several months, police say similar crimes had been reported all around Lower Makefield. In February, a store worker at this McCaffrey's told police he thought the person from the video had returned to the store. Police looked at the video and matched up credit card receipts with a store loyalty card. They say they determined this man, Alaric Dahlberg, was a suspect. They went to his house. And according to these documents, Dahlberg told police he shopped at the store frequently. And when he was showed images from where the crimes took place, police say he identified himself, saying he targeted people based upon political signs he saw or conversations he overheard, telling police he kept nails and screws in his cup holder, and these were crimes of opportunity.
You're just hurting fellow citizens that are just trying to, have a life and have good quality of life. And in Bucks County, that's what we really push out is good quality of life. Our law enforcement, our district attorney's office works very hard here in Bucks County, and to have these noodles out doing that is just ridiculous.
Noodles? I like that.
Now, that was Bucks County Sheriff Fred Herron, who says that if you are the victim of vandalism, you should report it right away. He says that there is an uptick in what's being called crimes that are motivated by political issues. And again, he wants those reported to police. As for the crimes here, we did reach out to Dahlberg's attorney, and our request for comment was not returned.
Hey, Noodles, listen up. I mean, seriously. You know what's going to happen? Like the old adage, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You're going to mess with the wrong person. They're going to catch you. Right. They're going to be a Second Amendment believer, and they're going to pull out their pistol, and you're going to get shot. Yep. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Or they might just have like hornet spray in their back of their vehicle.
Yeah. Or
bear spray.
Yeah.
Right in your face.
Right. Speaking from experience.
Or bug spray.
That hornet spray, that sprays 20 feet, but now you're.
Or
you know
liquid
what I mean?
SPF 1000.
Right in your face.
Yeah. Right your schnoz.
It's not okay.
Take that in your noodle.
You're threatening people's security.
Yeah. And you know what's going to happen? It's going to be the other way around, too. You're going to end up having somebody that is a Tesla driver, Republican, Democrat, not political at all, just wanted to buy the car because it's a cool car to buy, that's going to end up getting killed by one of these left wings. There's going to be a casualty one way or the other.
Agreed.
Guaranteed.
Yep,
Agreed.
Unfortunately.
Sadly.
I know you played this in the big take. Phil, can you grab the Bucks County guy from Doylestown? You played it in the big take. I know Rich led a show with it yesterday too, but I wanted to, this is, this guy, so in case you don't know, this is the 55-year-old guy who was in a Planet Fitness, the parking lot of a Planet Fitness in Doylestown, and there was a Tesla parked next to his car. There was a video of him, I have to say allegedly, carving a swastika into the side of his car, because Teslas are driving surveillance cameras. So I guess this is the owner of the Tesla that found this guy because social media, being social media, found this guy immediately. And this guy found out where he was going to be, and he confronted him on this. It's an amazing piece of video. Watch this.
Free service.
Free service. How about you pay for the repairs? Write a check. You just bought a Tesla.
I can wipe it off with
No,
a towel.
no,
It's not
no.
a key.
It is a
It was
hate
a
crime,
it was
sir.
A crayon.
It is a hate
It was a
crime.
crayon.
Did you write a swastika on there?
I'm sorry you're upset.
Did you write a swastika?
I'm sorry you're upset?
Yeah. So this is the tape of him, the 6 ABC report of him drawing the swastika allegedly.
Did you write a swastika on the? It's a key, sir. We see it on the video.
It's not a key.
Did you? Is it a swastika?
I was probably putting my keys in my pocket.
Is it a swastika?
Have you looked at your car?
Is it a swastika?
Is there a key
yes.
mark?
Is it
It's
a
not-
swastika?
that's
It's at the
impossible.
police right now. It's being fingerprinted.
What do you mean it's being fingerprinted?
Because they're trying to track you down. Thankfully, Facebook tracked you down. So your business, your freaking livelihood, everything now.
Listen,
because you chose to write so you tell Facebook that you're sorry for writing a swastika on a Tesla.
Listen, I said I'm sorry.
For what?
And I
For what? For
apologize.
what?
I have nothing against
For
your
what?
car. And
How
I
did
have
he
nothing
find this guy,
against
I
you.
wonder?
So why
Okay.
did you write a
Social media.
swastika
That's
on
kinda
a
scary.
Tesla?
Obviously,
scary.
I have something against Elon Musk, but that's not the
So
way
Elon
to
Musk
show my...
owns that car because
No,
it was
he
bought
owns
and
the
paid
company.
for. It was bought and paid for a long time
That's
ago.
why it's misguided, and obviously, I did not intend to do this.
All right,
sir.
we're gonna wait for.
Boy, these people.
So he's waiting for the police. He called the police.
Yep.
See, I think it might be. I don't know what's better. He handled this very diplomatically, but part of me thinks you hire some guys, they strip off his shirt, and they take like a pencil eraser, like you know what the boys did when they were, and like do a swastika on his chest with the pencil eraser.
Yeah.
You know, right in his chest, and they go in his belly, and put it all on video.
I'm sorry you're upset.
I'm sorry, are you upset?
It was a crayon. I had my keys, but I was putting them in my pocket.
It was a what? A crayon? A crown? Did you say? Did you call it a crown?
No, but the fact that this guy's
Why,
like,
what
I'm
do you call
sorry
it?
you're
A
upset.
crayon!
It's like you
crayon?
just keyed somebody, you just damaged somebody's car with a swastika. And
Come on, man.
we don't know if the guy is a Jewish guy, but it doesn't matter if he is or not. It's a hate crime.
Speaking
it's a
of
symbol of hate.
yeah.
He should be charged with a hate crime.
Speaking of crayons, my grandmother used to work for Crayola.
I was just gonna say you grew up in the city of Crayola,
and I still got it wrong.
And it's an abomination that you
is.
call it that.
My grandma worked at Binney and Smith.
By the way, so I have so much more. What I have a piece of audio that you have to hear. We have to break here. I have a piece of audio that you have to hear. 60 Minutes may have completely. I had this yesterday, and I meant to get to it, and it's a bad job out of me that I didn't. Leslie Stahl asked the most absurd question I have ever heard somebody ask, and we have that for you. Plus, a Jeffrey Epstein victim was hit by a bus, and she has 4 days to live, according to her. We will hear from her previously, obviously not now. And what's going on with this? We have all of that on the other side. So much.
All right, Kayal and Company as we continue. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. And we're talking today about the all-new 2025 Acura MDX. That's correct. Piazza Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. With a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology, the Acura ADX is engineered for those who demand more. And best of all, now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester with leases as low as $389 per month. You can check them out on the web right now, piazzaacura.com for details, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
You know, this time of year, and my lawn right now looks beautiful. It's so green and lush. But Natural Lawn, my guy came and he said, you know, they did the pre-emergent, they did all of that, but they suggested I sign up for Natural Lawn's safer grub control. So I'm just signing up for that because you want to do the preemptive stuff in the spring when you're thinking about your lawn. And I chose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company years ago. We shopped around. In my opinion, they're the best. At Natural Lawn, They believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without all the harsh chemicals. They use the environmentally friendly products that are going to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family, your kids, your pets, from organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls like the grub control that I just signed up for. They're going to make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. And so it makes perfect sense that you're going to hire a company that provides these better results and is safer for your entire family and the pets. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today. Get free seeding every single year if you want a greener, healthier lawn, plus the free seeding. Call Natural Lawn, 800-FREE-SEED, 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose My Lawn Care Company. Natural Lawn of America. You're going to love them. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Natural Lawn of America, 800-FREE-SEED. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-LIFE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You should have been gone, knowing how I made you feel, and I should have been gone after all your words of steel.
Kayal and Company. It's not a dream. It is reality. Monday through Friday, 6 to 10. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno will join us tomorrow. Sean Farish later on in the week as we continue with the never-ending April Fool's Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
So 60 Minutes did an interview with the freed Israeli hostages on Sunday. And I originally pulled one of the clips because I was like, oh, this is interesting. One of them talks Yarden Bibas. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name. But, he thanks President Trump for, getting him released. And he says he's here because of Trump. Mm-hmm. So I was originally just going to play this. But then I watched more of it. And I heard Leslie Stahl ask the most absurd question I think I've ever heard a journalist, quote unquote, ask somebody before. So let's play this first. Let's play cut 11 first, Phil.
Okay.
If you could say something to President Trump, what would you say? Please stop this war and help bring all the hostages back. And you think he can help? I know he can help. I'm here because of Trump. I'm here only because of him.
Okay, he's here because of Pump. So, yeah, Leslie Stahl, okay, no issue with that, no problem there, but apparently she decided to one-up Margaret Brennan.
This is cut 12 here. So this is another hostage who talked about what being there was like and about how they were starved.
Can't imagine.
Listen to the line of questioning that she asked him. This is absurd. You're not going to believe this question. Roll this.
The terrorists became very mean and very cruel and violent.
More so.
Much more so. They were beating me and starving me.
Do you think they starved you or they just didn't have food?
No, I think they starved me, and they would often eat in front of me and not offer me food.
Do you think they starved me or they didn't have food?
This continues to be a common theme and trend of Democrats and the mainstream media almost sympathizing with the terrorists.
Not almost. That's exactly what that was.
Yes, it's the same thing. You know what it reminds me of right there? The mayor in Boston, when she gave condolences to the family members of lost loved ones after, what was the incident that we were talking about in Boston?
Somebody shot a police officer, I think, killed a lunatic with a gun.
Yeah.
Or a knife or something.
Yes. And it's condolences to the lunatic's lost loved one. Are you serious?
This is they didn't have enough to eat. Because why?
Well, here's the deal, Leslie.
What a line of
Then take some of your bloated salary and ship it over to the Middle East so they can eat. What an unlikable T word that Dawn once used years ago that was glorious. God, I would love to hear you say that again.
No, I just think this is, there's a way to interview somebody like that. I would think that for somebody who's been kidnapped and held against their will and tortured and starved, you would show more compassion and even ask the question, can you just share with us how you were tortured and how they were starving you?
The guy
were
was
they
tortured.
Eating in front of you?
Yes.
Was that part of their torture?
Right. I'm going to torture you.
What were they eating in front of you?
I'm going to starve you. Then I'm going to eat in front of you. And you have the temerity to ask, well, maybe the bad guys were out of food too, and we were all struggling to fill up our belly. No.
I heard that, and I was just like...
how does CBS employ these people? I thought Margaret Brennan was atrocious on Face the Nation.
That I mean,
what does she want to start? Like a $19.99 a month GoFundMe television ad campaign to feed the terrorists?
Feed Hamas.
No, it'd be like defeating the children over in the third world countries.
Who used to do that? Sally Struthers, right? Sally Struthers used to go over to Africa. she was a big porker, and she says only 12 cents a day can feed one of these kids.
Yeah, 12 cents a day you can
flies
feed,
on their eyes.
Can feed Hamas.
Yes.
Jeez.
It's unbelievable.
By the way, how dare you fat shame Sally Struthers?
Oh
for
no,
calling
I'm
her
not.
a porker.
It's a joke.
That's,
It's a
that
joke.
is that's
It's
not
a
nice,
joke.
Gregory.
It's a joke.
But by the way, can I just say something? The first gentleman with the pictures on the T-shirt, I believe that's Mr. Bebus.
Bebus, yes.
He's the one who, remember, he had the youngest, his 9-month-old baby his children were murdered. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, these are grieving people who've been through hell.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
And
my
Leslie Stahl's
God.
like, "What? Were you really starved, or were they starving too?" Oh my God!
You know, I know that the terrorists and the radical Islamist jihadists kill innocent babies, but they deserve to eat too. No, they deserve to have a nuke dropped on their dome. Pigs.
All right. So this is. I don't believe in coincidences. So this is a Jeffrey Epstein victim, Virginia
Giffrey.
Thank you, Dawn.
Who's in the documentary.
Yes.
She's the blonde-haired girl who was recruited around her high school or middle school.
So we're gonna get on over to YouTube because there's a split screen here. It's an old video of her being interviewed on NBC by Savannah Guthrie, where she's retelling this horrific story about being raped by Prince Andrew as a teenager. So she's really at the heart of the whole Prince Andrew thing, and she recounts this horrible story. Well, apparently, according to her, I don't know if this was posted on social media or what. Apparently, she got quote unquote hit by a bus, and she's going through kidney failure, and she only has 4 days to live, according to reports. So you'll see, if you get on over to YouTube, you can see the video. It's a split screen of her, I would assume, clinging to life, and then her being interviewed a couple years ago by Savannah Guthrie.
Now, just so I can get some clarification, she claims that she was raped by Prince Andrew.
Yeah,
and this was at Epstein Island?
She was. So she's probably one of the most well-known. She was in the documentary, and so she was maybe 14 to 16 at the time.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I know the name. I'm just want to
16, 17 in that now famous picture that was snapped with then Prince Andrew.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And she's now in her early 40s.
Okay.
And according to her, and according to this video, clinging to life. Roll this, please.
I was so young. Ghislaine woke me up in the morning and said, "You're going to meet a prince today." I didn't know at that point that I was going to be trafficked to that prince. And then that night, Prince Andrew came to her house in London, and we went out to Club Tramp. Prince Andrew got me alcohol. It was in the VIP section. I'm pretty sure it was vodka. Prince Andrew was like, "Let's dance together." And I was like, okay. And we leave Club Tramp, and I hop in the car with Ghislaine and Jeffrey, and Ghislaine said, "He's coming back to the house, and I want you to do for him what you do for Epstein." I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that even royalty were involved.
So that was the interview that she did a couple years ago with Savannah Guthrie. Now, according to the Daily Mail, and she posted this on her Instagram, Giffrey says she was smashed into by a speeding bus. She said, quote, "This year has been the worst start to a new year, but I won't bore anyone with the details. But I think it's important to note that when a school bus driver comes at you driving 110 kilometers an hour,
About 70 miles an hour.
as we were slowing down for a turn, that no matter what your car is made of, it might as well be a tin can. I'm ready to go, just not until I see my babies one last time. It's unclear at this moment where the crash happened." So
how does a school bus go 70 miles per
Yeah,
hour?
I-
Have you
I
ever
don't-
seen a school bus going 70?
I don't believe in coincidences at all, and I think that this was, in my opinion, 100% planned, or somebody was trying to take her out.
Do we know, were there children on the school bus?
I have no idea.
Who was driving? Did this happen in the United States?
This is being reported by other networks at this point.
Yeah.
And so they are saying that there's a confirmed accident that's under investigation. She is hospitalized currently. So she's all grown up now. She's in her 40s, obviously, and married with children and that sort of thing. But apparently she is going into kidney failure.
Good God.
As a result of the
so-
accident?
Yes.
Okay. And where
Severely injured.
is this in the States or is this elsewhere?
It looks like it's in the. It looks like it looks like it happened. I believe in Australia.
In
Oh, wow.
Australia.
I
Really?
believe this happened in Australia.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's what I'm seeing here.
School bus going 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, I don't believe any of this. I don't believe I don't believe this was an accident. I don't believe that I think that this was, all of these people just seem to,
Was Hillary driving the bus?
My gosh.
Horrible story.
Yeah,
and once
very,
again,
very much.
This is why the Epstein files need to be released, people. Just saying.
Yeah.
Get on that, Pam Bondi. Instead of making
Pam.
10 million appearances on Fox News.
I gave you some credit last week, Pam, for some good stuff with you and Cash. I might have to get back on your keister a little bit here.
FCC Chairman Brendan Carr sat down with Fox News' Jackie Heinrich on Monday and spoke about the agency's probe into the Walt Disney Company, noting that if he finds Disney engaged in, quote, racial discrimination under the guise of DEI, it could fundamentally go to their character qualifications to even holding a license. So it sounds like Brendan Carr, is threatening the license of ABC and their parent company, Walt Disney. Let's play a little bit of this, please.
Your probe into Disney's DEI policies. Their senior counsel writes, this is all about bullying and intimidation. Mr. Carr's most powerful tool is his vote on the commission to approve mergers and acquisitions. Is this about Disney's hiring practices, or is it about something else?
Yeah, this is about the hiring practices and their employment practices. Look, broadcasters, and Disney owns one, ABC, they have an obligation under federal law. We have EEO rules at the FCC, which means you can't make hiring decisions based on protected characteristics, including gender and race. And the evidence we have so far indicates potentially that Disney and ABC were making employment decisions based on race and gender, including having effectively race-defined affinity groups within the company. We have evidence that they put quotas in place based on specific demographics. If the evidence does, in fact, play out and shows that they were engaged in race and gender-based discrimination, that's a very serious issue at the FCC that could fundamentally go to their character qualifications to even hold a license. But we're going to follow the facts wherever they go. And look, President Trump's been clear. We are turning the page on DEI. The first week I was chairman of the FCC, I said we are ending our own promotion of DEI at the FCC. People will be shocked if they learned the millions of dollars that the FCC alone was spending to promote DEI. We had it listed as our second highest strategic priority. I mean, think about everything the FCC can and should be doing: national security issues, bridging the digital divide, space economy, and we had promoting DEI as our number 2 strategic priority. Now we're going to focus on our core mission.
So there's two things here, obviously. There's DEI and then there's Disney. DEI, to me, is divisive. It's exclusionary. It's idiotic. It doesn't work. It's also, I think, against the law. It's basically affirmative action 40, 50 years later. And you saw what the Supreme Court did in the last 2 years or so. I forget when the date was, where they, basically said that affirmative action has to come to an end. It's against the law. It's also just stupid business. To me, you should want to hire the best people for the role, the job, the promotion, the admission to school, not trying to check off a quota. But boy, does Disney have their hands full. They've already lost all these battles with mustard in the state of Florida. And now they're going to have Brendan Carr down their throats, plus Snow White tanked. And also we got this story with the first black Finn in Star Wars history. Star Wars is a Disney creation. And he's coming out and saying, Star Wars is so white that a black person existing in it is a big deal. Toxic fans are okay with us playing the friend, but we can't touch their heroes. That's John Boyega. Not a Star Wars fan, but if you are, I'm assuming you're probably not too happy about that.
By the way, he's wrong. And Don, I know you wanted to make a point, so I want you to make it. But he's wrong because the original Star Wars had Lando Calrissian, who was Billy D. Williams, who was not... I mean, he wasn't Luke or Han Solo, but he in The Empire and in Return of the Jedi, he played a huge role in those movies. So he's factually inaccurate.
Uninformed and in his feelings. Go ahead, Don.
Shocking.
I will also say, as far as the FCC, they also announced investigations, and this is a local angle as well, Verizon and Comcast, and NBC Universal over their DEI initiatives. So it's not just Disney. So just wanted to point that out. As far as Star Wars, I mean, the truth is it started out as more white people. If you look at most of the characters, so I don't know.
What color is Chewbacca? What color is Darth Vader? It's a sci-fi movie, for God's sake.
Worrying about representation of identities in a fictional movie.
C-3PO is golden.
Like Snow White. Like we're going to get rid of the dwarves.
By the way, I just want to say this. Brendan Carr, I don't care. I don't care about ABC's DEI policy. You know what I care about? I want to say the F word on the radio. So please make that happen.
You know what I care more about than the F word or Disney is saving AM radio in cars.
Yeah.
How about that? That should be the top priority under the general umbrella of the FCC.
Yeah.
I can live without cursing.
No, I'm very selfish. I want to be able to. I want to be able to say the F word. I want to say the T word.
I'd rather
the C word.
I would just rather this format stay around for a while.
By the way, I didn't know there was a Wikipedia. If you're a Star Wars fan, there's Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And they have this whole thing in Black History Month about all of the Star Wars famous black actors.
Oh.
So it's kind of
nice.
I guess they would push back against James Earl Jones, obviously Darth Vader, the voice of Darth, the most famous.
Darth. All right, we should take another break, but on the other side. By the way, your boy Trump talked about the relationship between his former daughter-in-law and Tiger Woods. We have that, plus Caroline Leavitt laid a smackdown on the media yesterday. We have all of that, and we'll get to that on the other side.
Trump and Tiger. Oh, I'm excited.
Talk a little golf.
You'll hear what he says.
Oh, I might go to Aronimink right now.
3 short minutes.
Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. Major Championship Golf returns to Philadelphia in May of next year. Watch the world's top golfers compete for the iconic Wanamaker Trophy at the 2026 PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square. To purchase tickets to the 2026 PGA Championship, you must first get registered. Registering today at pgachampionship.com/register. The earlier you register, the better chance you have at securing the most popular tickets before they sell out.
The big media are out to stop President Trump at any cost. ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, they're all the same. President Trump doesn't trust the big media, even Fox News. Now, millions of Americans are turning to Newsmax. Nielsen reports almost 30 million Americans tuned into Newsmax last quarter. And President Trump is one. He watches Newsmax and says it's terrific. So tune in tonight to watch Rob Finnerty's series, The Big Media's War on Trump. Every night, Rob Finnerty is exposing their big lies and gives you the straight talk you want. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems. Or download the free Newsmax app on your phone or home TV now. Millions have made the switch to Newsmax. You should too.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Keswick Theater on April 5th. Proceeds help Abington Fire Companies replenish the gear loss in the fire at SPS. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Win tickets to see the Phillies. Listen to Kayal & Company mornings at 9:50 this week to win a pair of tickets to see the Phillies and the Giants. Tuesday, April 15th at Citizens Bank Park. It's Jackie Robinson Day with an on-field tribute to the legacy of number 42 before the game. For tickets, visit Phillies.com.
Mother, there's too many of you crying. Brother, there's far too many of you dying.
Just about 47 minutes away as we continue Kayal & Company from your chance at securing a pair of Philadelphia Phillies tickets. That's right, Tuesday, April 15th. Taxes in the rearview mirror, and right in front of you, your Phillies against the San Francisco Giants on Jackie Robinson Day at Citizens Bank Park. If you can identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery movie clip. Now, we're giving away about the best prize we could possibly conjure up.
Yep.
I hope Jimmy Kelly picks something a little challenging today.
Uh-oh.
Let's not just give away Phillies tickets with Jaws 2, right?
He's throwing the gauntlet down.
Yeah.
9:50 this morning.
I'm not saying we need to take 80 calls and nobody has a clue what it is, and Jimmy Kelly is certainly capable of doing that. But let's make it a little bit stiff, so to speak.
I always said the 9 o'clock hour is always the best hour of Kayal & Company. It's always
Here he goes.
My favorite hour because I'm on the way out of here.
It's always my favorite hour.
Yeah.
Nick, I wouldn't rub that in too much, buddy, because just remember, we can find more jobs for you. Don't worry. Don't worry, buddy.
Am I going to have to do a blog post like some companies do to justify keep working?
Or you can produce the afternoon show. How about that? We'll have you work a split shift. You can be the morning show co-host and also host the produce the afternoon show.
One day,
I'm just saying. You keep flaunting the fact that you leave here before everybody else to your boss is probably not the best thing to do, pal. That's what I'm saying.
That nap coming up in a little bit. By the way, when I produce for Bruno, I could write a book on working with Bruno. Yeah. When the book does come out, because everybody has a book. Everybody has a book. Everybody has a podcast. The book, there will be a chapter dedicated to Tony Bruno.
Hat tip to Dawn Stensland. Thank you, my love, for contributing to the cut sheet. She sent a video, and I didn't have time to do the turnaround for the video, so I'm just going to play the audio. Pam Bondi was on with Hannity last night, and she addressed the Epstein thing that we just played. So in case you just are joining us, one of the Epstein accusers, the woman who was, I guess we have to say, allegedly raped by Prince Andrew, was mysteriously hit by a bus.
Yes.
And has 4 days to live.
So Bondi was on with Hannity again
last night. And in part to respond to this whole situation.
This whole situation, yeah. Let me play just a little bit of this, please.
Just a few.
Just a few. Let me start with the Epstein case, because there was an expectation that this was going to be bigger.
Yeah.
You had the same expectation.
We all did. And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m. Thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Cash is going to, Director Patel, is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear, because I think people got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents.
Let me softball this for you.
Were supposed to turn over.
Because we're friends.
And then you found out just before that.
Well, sure, and you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names, and we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York.
Yep.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI.
Where
Cash is going to get me, and himself really, a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein, because there are a lot of victims.
Well, you had identified in phase one over 254. Okay. Now, is that the only thing that would be redacted? Will everything else be made public that you get in your possession?
Yeah, the FBI hasn't had, obviously, they haven't looked at the thousands of pages of documents that they've just received Friday. Yeah. But Cash has a team going through them, and it's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know. The Biden administration sat on these documents. No one did anything with them. And why were they sitting in the Southern District of New York? I want a full report on that. You know, sadly, these people don't believe in transparency, but I think more, unfortunately, I think a lot of them don't believe in honesty. And it's a new day. It's a new administration. And everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Just like the JFK files, right? Did we learn anything with the unredacted JFK files that for some reason were just kept private for decades and decades and decades?
Well,
there's not going to be anything in this Epstein release.
I will say this about the JFK, and then I want to get both your reactions to what she said or what she didn't say. We did actually learn some stuff from the JFK files, that the CIA has their hands in everything. And that well, not to this detail, I don't think we did. You know, the fact that they have, you know, they worked with certain popes in the Vatican. I mean, there was the CIA, from what I learned from the JFK files, has their hands in everything. Their blueprints are on everything.
Did you see the report? I think it was Anna Paulina Luna, the Republican from Florida.
She reads QAnon blogs. That's her problem.
She's trying to say, again, take it for what it's worth. I'm just passing it along. She says that NBC News has a secret tape that will show that JFK was in fact not killed by Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah. She's a kook. Thank you.
Looks good in a bathing suit, though.
All right,
back to Bondi. Oh, by the way, confirmed I was right last Friday.
Yes.
Amazing how nobody ever rounds back to when Nick's right, but they love to jump on the vocabulary. Pam Bondi was not wearing a skirt, so Dawn and Greg.
We said it on the Dawn show. I did say it.
Say it on this show.
So Linda Kearns, who is coming up, I think in the 11 o'clock hour, but I'm not positive on coming up. But Linda Kearns sent us the photo, and she solved the mystery that Nick was right. That it was a long skirt.
8 minutes into when we talked.
Yeah.
I don't buy it. I still don't buy it.
I don't. They're like stretchy pants or something.
I haven't seen any sort of. No, it was a skirt. Is what they're saying. It's. But back to the Epstein thing.
Yeah, Pam
I'm not
Bondi,
buying what I saw.
Here's the thing. Pam Bondi, went on the Jesse Waters show right when she first got her job and said, "Breaking news, Jesse, and this is all piled up on my desk, and we're going to release it tomorrow." And the problem is that somewhere along the line, they didn't realize that what they had on the desk was sort of old news, and it wasn't everything. And so that's, I think, the bigger piece of this, the lesson learned, is just be careful what you promise in any administration when you go on and say, oh, breaking news, and you want to deliver some exclusive, but you don't have the goods.
I think once the Epstein files are released, you will see two things, or you will not see one thing for sure. You will see redacted names to protect the victims. Totally get it. Totally understandable. You will not see one big bombshell name. There'll be no Clinton. There'll be no Bill Gates. There'll be no any other name you've seen on social media. Not one. Not a single one. Not one person of, quote, interest to the American public will be on that list.
I agree with you.
Take it to the bank.
There's no list. There
might be a list, but we won't be privy to see that.
There's no list. There might be video surveillance, which I'm interested in seeing.
I think it's destroyed.
Do you?
I think it's been destroyed.
Well,
they will take this to the grave with them because this could. I believe the rumors are true, but there are so many people I think that are just sick, disgusting individuals, the power players of the world that are on this. That if it came out, it would upend the whole system, and they can't have that.
But also the word was, and I still go back to this, the word was that, so Epstein, he has this, even before the island, but he was known for videotaping, and then was he blackmailing these different individuals? And so was this a tool that the CIA or those different individuals in the shadows of our government tapped into? And is that why Epstein, remember, they had him dead to rights in Florida way back in the day. This is not on Pam Bondi.
This was over 17 years ago, right?
Yes. Yeah. They had him. He did serve like a year in jail, but how did he get out when he was basically a child predator, and he got out very quickly? And so I think once again, it goes to the heart of the fact that he was being used as a tool by those undercover, whatever, men in the shadows, whether it's CIA, whatever. And so that's how he got out.
And remember, when he got off of that plane and he was on that tarmac, what was it, 2019, he, according to all the reports, including his brother, we played to his brother, I think, on the cut sheet over a year ago, he was shocked that he was taken into custody.
Yep. By the way,
why is that?
Yeah. By the way, Nick, for saying that we never get to the stuff that you're right about, you send the show sheet every night. So if you wanted to take a victory lap on any show, you have the right to do that because you send the show sheet. So you could say 7:30 a.m. Nick victory lap, but you don't do that. So I'm just saying.
Fair point.
Thank you.
Fair point. I have no rebuttal, sir.
That's what I do. I make fair points. The astronauts were interviewed by Bill Hemmer yesterday.
Did Bill ask the question that I've been asking all media to ask?
No.
Did you have the ability to leave on your own will in the last 9 months?
No, I don't think he did.
How does nobody ask this question?
Because they've answered. Somebody did ask the question and they answered it.
That's
Yes. They knew the repercussions of going up there. They could be up there for a long time. They knew that. Yes.
No. My question is, did they have the ability to go home on their own will?
I believe the answer is yes.
Okay.
What?
Yes, I believe the answer is yes. That they had the ability to go home.
I have not seen that question asked.
How are they going to get home?
There
it's not like you can hop on SEPTA. There's no.
There was a sort of there was another spacecraft up there. Oh. According to other astronauts, there was another spacecraft up there that they could have come home if they want to. But their mission was to fix this space station or whatever it was. I'm getting all of this wrong, I'm sure. But their mission, they knew they could be up there for 3 days. They could be up there for 9 months.
Okay. I haven't.
You don't buy that, do you, Dawn?
Nope.
Okay.
I would just like to hear the question asked if it was asked. I mean, somebody.
It was asked. I had that. I told you guys that. There was a report that was asked. Just Google it. It was asked.
Did we play it on the show?
I don't know if it was audio.
Okay.
I don't know if there's audio of it. I just saw a transcript of it.
Because we've seen
Google it.
We've seen conflicting reports. One person has said, "Oh, I could have went home," and then the others are like, "Well, thank you so much for Mr. President Trump for bringing us back." And thank you, Elon Musk.
They do thank the president here, but it's all right. Let's play it.
Okay.
What would you like to say to President Trump and Elon Musk?
I respect you. I trust you. You've given me no reason not to trust you, either one of them. What they say, I can't say what they say. I haven't lived that. But I have no reason not to believe anything they say because they've earned my trust. And for that, I am grateful that our national leaders actually are coming in and taking part in our human spaceflight program, which we see is hugely important global significance, and they take an active role. And based on the past and what we see now, with them doing that, it's refreshing. Not just refreshing. It's empowering. It's strengthening for our nation. I think it's a good thing for our nation when the national leaders, especially something that's high visibility, are involved in the process. And I'm grateful for that.
And I'm just glad that they're involved and they take notice. And our situation, I think I mentioned before, maybe wasn't the perfect situation, but allowed a lot of people, including the president and Elon, to look at what's going on the International Space Station, take it very seriously, and understand that our involvement as a country, as a spacefaring nation, is really important throughout the world. And it sets an example, and it shows, our ability to be able to do the hard things, put people in space, operate in space, work in space, and then bring us back. It's important, and I appreciate that them and many more people took notice of it.
Right. Does that sound like thank you guys for rescuing us and bringing us home?
Here's the story from The Guardian. Quote, this was 17 hours ago. We weren't stuck.
Thank you.
NASA astronauts tell of Space Odyssey and reject claims of neglect. Barry Wilmore and Sunita Williams, who I think was the lady right there at the end of the video.
Yes.
Story markedly at odds with abandonment narrative painted by Trump and Musk. So I guess there's our answer.
Thank you.
By the way, Sunita Williams has officially A, combed her hair, and B, dyed it. She had a lot of gray hair, remember?
Yeah, wild hair.
Yeah. I'll take that for what it's worth from The Guardian. I'm trying to read this story on the fly here to see who actually asked the question, because with all due respect to Bill Hemmer, I think he does a really nice job, especially on election nights. I don't like that line of leading questioning.
What would you like to say?
What would you like to say? That's a lazy question.
It really is. It really is.
That's a suck-up
It's funny
question.
because here's the thing I will say, because I was looking back at the way this was covered, which is always telltale. So CBS News, because she's from Massachusetts, so the Boston CBS affiliate was saying Williams nearly 10 months in space. We're not without challenges. Back in January, the astronaut spoke out to Needham High School students from her hometown while she was stuck in space.
Was it
she
one of
answered
the
questions from the students describing her out of the ordinary experience. So I think there's, a piece of this, and maybe we're getting too much in the weeds here, but I do think they were stuck in space. I think they
didn't think that?
Well, they're saying that now because they care more about the space program, and they don't want to be political, which I wouldn't be either.
You really think that? If I was stuck in 9 months
Biden
for space,
did not want the bad look of having to allow Elon Musk to rescue them.
Well, it's funny you
That's
say
the
Biden.
truth.
Wasn't
This
it
was
one
the
of
Biden administration who said, "Sorry, but we can't deal with this," because remember they went up there. Then they were supposed to go for a 10-day mission. That was what was reported. All of the local media, until it became really super politicized, was saying stuck in space.
Wasn't it
They
one of
were
the
stuck in
family
space.
members that called out the Biden administration?
She explained, there's a soundbite with her, at the time that they expected to be stuck at the space station a bit longer than originally planned. It was an extended stay, was a little bit different. That was what she was saying. So now they're speaking a little differently. But when they got stuck, they were saying, we're stuck.
did that sound like effusive praise from either one of them?
No.
I mean, you guys made it sound like they were going to come home and be like, thank the Lord for Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
No, you guys did. I never said that at all. I've ever said on this dumb story that I don't give a rat's ass about is, did a journalist ever ask the question? Because, see, this is what I do. I try to boil it down to simplistic nuts and bolts. Not all this minutia and mental gymnastics. Not all this stupid misinformation and disinformation and spinning this and spinning that. Did anybody ask the question, could you have left on January 9th if you wanted to? It's a yes or no question.
Obviously neither of you have ever been in
space?
in front of in front of a corporate attorneys who are telling you what you need to say or not say in a very high profile situation.
I've told my boss at a radio company he can go F himself to his face. Don't tell me what I've never said.
Me.
So have Kayal or
me.
Greg Stocker, have you been speaking as a high profile representative of and meeting with corporate attorneys who were coaching you on what you could or could not say? Have you ever been in that situation? No, you haven't. So let me tell you what these astronauts went through. They were coached. They met with attorneys. They met with media and PR people. And they said, and he said as strongly as he could say, I trust them. But listen to that wording and then listen to the interviews before. There is zero question in my mind that these individuals were stuck there, and because of an election in politics, the Biden administration let them stew, and their bodies stew and stay up there.
It wasn't because SpaceX kept blowing up.
That's what happened.
Yeah, I totally disagree.
I think it was because SpaceX kept blowing up.
100%. The truth will come out, and if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But I have zero doubt on this one that they were coached on this, and they're being they're focused. They're astronauts. They're scientists. They just want everybody to talk about it.
So that's why they didn't praise Musk and Trump.
They did. I saw that he said.
I mean, according to you, a couple
them.
weeks ago, it was like they were going to be they were going to be going to the White House, and there would be sound bites, and it would be a whole thing.
They are planning to go to the White House.
Okay.
They absolutely are going to the White House. That's true. But I'm just telling you that this is all. These guys were, first of all, they had to be medically treated and whatnot because they were there much longer than anybody would want to be there, and things physically happen to your bodies, especially when you're in your 60s. And then on top of it, now they are planning to go. But they were coached. This is the most they could say. This was made political, unfortunately. I'm glad Elon and the Trump administration were able to bring them home.
It was made political.
Safely.
It was made political by Trump and Elon. Yes, it was.
No.
Yes, it was.
They were stuck. You guys, okay, we have to make a bet because I'm going to win this one. Okay. They were left up there by the Biden administration because it was a bad look.
You're
for the
making
Biden
this sound like it was the
administration.
Afghanistan withdrawal.
It was totally politicized, you guys. This was absolutely politicized.
You're spinning hard. You're in spin class.
I'm not spinning. I'm telling you what I see.
Okay.
And I know I'm right.
Like the Pam Bondi
We
dress.
can bet. I don't care about the dress. But this is a bigger issue. There's no question in my mind. The Biden team And maybe Biden didn't even really understand, who knows.
Well, he's been in space since 2021.
But they absolutely did not want the look of Elon Musk or anybody else or anything else bringing these astronauts home sooner.
Well, Nick,
how's the YouTube chat coming, Stalker?
Nick, I'm shocked. You'd be shocked to know the YouTube chat is not on our side.
Oh, well, what else is there?
So, Dawn, if the YouTube chat and you are, I guess you guys are right.
You guys are right.
I am right.
Okay.
I'm always wrong. And when I'm right, I
No,
forget
you're
to put it
not
on the
always. I'm just
When I
saying in
forget-
this one.
Yeah, when I'm right, I forget to put it on the show sheet. I could have put it at 7:30. I forgot.
He was right about the skirt. Nick knows his skirt. No, on this one,
I know a good skirt.
It's just, it's a shame in politics, but this was a contentious presidential election. And these two, I'm glad they're okay. I'm glad they're home. But they were left up there by the past administration. They were hung out to dry.
For what?
For politics, because it was a bad look.
Politics aside, if you were up there after X amount of
It makes
weeks,
absolute sense.
why would you stay? Like, I understand commitment to the job, but eventually, don't you just get to the point where, I'm getting the hell out of here?
Because it's not like you can catch a ride.
No,
or-
I know.
You know what I mean? There was no ride home, and that's why they had to use SpaceX to go get them.
As much of a disaster as the Biden administration was, on what planet are they going to leave astronauts up there for political reasons?
On this planet. That's what they did. Okay. The truth, look, here's the good news. That this will, unlike the Epstein files, which may never come out, the truth will come out. And I'm perfectly willing, if I'm completely wrong here, I'll say it right here on the YouTube chat.
Them saying we're not stuck, they were coached into saying that.
They were. Look
For
at
what
their
reason?
words.
For what
Watch
reason?
the whole thing.
Do we have the Anderson Cooper clip still?
I
in
can
the
get it,
hopper?
but I mean,
They're speaking
we're already
very
way
carefully.
over.
Do you guys see how carefully they're speaking?
Yeah.
They clearly have been coached and told what they can and cannot say.
I don't
Be careful about
disagree.
this. They're really choosing their words very carefully.
Let's go back
and
to
that
the.
tells me a lot.
Let's go back to the beginning of the clip. You're right. I did notice that there was a hesitancy, a pause, especially from the dude. Is that Barry? I closed this tab out. Barry, whatever his name is.
Barry Williamson.
Barry
No,
Williamson.
no, it's not.
Barry White.
Yeah.
Practice what you preach.
My best friend's name's Barry. We'll just call him Barry. Barry did seem a little like he was trying to recall what he memorized. Can we just play like the first 10 seconds? Just notice you're right about this, Dawn. The rest of it you're wrong about.
No, I'm
but
right
you're
about the
you're
whole
right
thing.
about this part. Let's play the beginning here, if we can.
What would you like to say to President Trump?
Simple, easy
and
question.
Elon Musk?
Lazy question.
I respect you. I trust you. You've given me no reason not to trust you, either one of them. What they say, I can't say what they say. I haven't lived that.
All right, stop
But
it
I
right
have
there.
no-
That does
Listen,
sound very rehearsed.
Think about what he just said. He has to really do some gymnastics to jump around for why he wants to say I trust you, I respect you, and then he sort of does some mental gymnastics around why he's justifying saying what he's saying. To me, this is really coached up, and what they were coached on is, hey, you've got an opportunity, you've got a president who's excited about the program, don't screw this up, don't make it political, and they were 100%, they were coached, and they're speaking so carefully.
Well, Ill Skills
and
says,
she's looking at him like, oh,
yeah.
don't-
Our buddy Ill Skills on X says, you guys both know that those astronauts would have never signed up for that length of a mission. It's too long for humans. 6 months is the safe limit. I think you're wrong, Ill
They
Skills.
knew.
They
They-
knew that it could
Yes.
be. Because I was wondering, how did they survive if they only took food for 6 months?
They didn't. Let's play.
Well, they did in the ISS. They're going to the International Space Station.
Right.
Which I have been obsessed with this. When they first launched this, like I had said, I want to be the first reporter to go there. I am obsessed with the ISS. So you're right. They have supplies at the ISS. They're always prepared for contingencies. But these Sunny and Butch, they were told a week to maybe 10 days. And so, of course, you're always going to say you're always prepared, but nobody thought that they would be up there nearly 9.5+ months.
Let's listen to what they said to Anderson Cooper.
And why can't you leave sooner? I mean, what will happen between now and March 12th when you're expected to depart?
He did this in February.
We bring crews to and from space station. We have a cycle of period of time where those things take place. And to alter that cycle sends ripple effects all the way down the chain. We would never expect to come back just special for us or anyone unless it was a medical issue or something really, really out of the circumstances along those lines. So we need to come back and keep the normal cycle going.
I don't want to get into politics at all, but I know you've been asked this question before. There's some who've suggested here, President Trump, that you were virtually abandoned by the last administration. Again, I know you've been asked this question before, but do you feel you've been abandoned?
We don't feel abandoned. We don't feel stuck. We don't feel stranded. I understand why others may think that. We come prepared. We come committed. That is what your human space program is.
None of that refutes what I just said, folks.
But
none of it. We come prepared. What did he say? We don't feel stranded.
Right.
I'm sorry, but if you know people who are in the military, nobody says, I don't feel.
He says
like
he
I'm
feels.
I don't feel this.
They're equipped to stay there, but that is not saying they have the ability to go home. Right? We don't feel abandoned. We are equipped to stay longer if needed. Now, I'm paraphrasing a little bit right there, but he does not say we have the ability to go home.
Because they didn't.
What,
there were all kinds of
which
hydraulic problems. It's a shame for Boeing, but there were all kinds of problems, and they did not have a ride home. I don't know who's saying that they would have screwed things up. They did not have transportation.
And see, this is where Anderson Cooper needs to follow up again and say, I would say with all
stopped it too soon.
Okay, well, hold on. Well, I would say with all due respect, and maybe he'll say that here in a second, and we could play it. With all due respect, Mr. Nassau guy, for the layman at home listening and watching, did you have the ability to get in some mode of transportation and return to Earth? It's a yes or a no. I don't need the NASA explanation that 95% of us can't process anyway because we're not space cadets. Did you have the ability to come home? Conduct it like you do a Senate hearing.
No, they didn't.
Is it a yes?
How are they going to get home, Nick?
Okay, well then.
How are they going to get home?
But I want to hear the question, and I want to hear the answer of a Nassau person saying yes or no, sir. That's all I want.
The reason they stayed an unprecedented amount there is because they didn't have. There were all kinds of technical problems, all kinds of leaks and whatever and whatnot, and until SpaceX and the Dragon X whatever got them home safely 2 weeks ago. They did not have a ride home. That's the way it is.
All right.
In all contingencies that we can conceive of, and we prepare for those. So if you'll help us change the rhetoric, help us change the narrative, let's change it to prepared and committed. Vice what you've been hearing. That's what we prefer.
I think I've read both of your records, and they're extraordinary. I mean, all the stuff you guys have done in your careers is just amazing. I'm fascinated, though, by like a typical day for you.
Yeah, he did follow up.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I mean, and I didn't even go to school for journalism. You have to ask the basic question. And again, I still have not heard or seen the question asked by anybody in mainstream.
I think that the question, so part of this is to say, well, initially the game plan was that you would go up there and maybe 7, 8, possibly 10 days. What happened technically that you couldn't, and ask that question? I think there's a lot going on here. First of all, they don't want to trash Boeing. They don't want to trash NASA. They don't want to focus on all the technical problems they had, and they also want to focus on the fact that we're basically Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts up here. We are prepared. We are persistent. So but nothing they've said refutes what I said. They were stranded up there because it was a big political year, and the Biden administration did not want the bad look of Elon Musk and the private entity going there and rescuing them, because they knew Trump, of course, would say, see, Trump had to rescue him and Elon.
I don't know who's more what's more frustrating, the fact that we can't get the question asked, or the fact that these people are so professional they won't throw anybody really under the bus. Mm-hmm. I got to tell you, kudos to them, because if I was up there way longer than I was supposed to be, I would nuke everybody.
I think that's beautifully said and understated, Nick, what you just said, because these are professional astronauts, and at the end of the day, they did risk their health and their bodies. There's no question about it. I mean, normally the ideal, the max you want to be there is 3 or 4 months. So they more than doubled that. And so they are pros, and they love space exploration and their job so much that's really what they want to project.
I think people need to feel sorry for me for taking all these bullets to make good radio. Thank you very much.
Love you, Greg.
Carolyn Jeffrey says, shut up, Greg. Okay, Carolyn, I will. Conrad says, good morning, gay stalker. Stop ragging on Elvis, you waste of skin.
Elvis?
Wow.
What's wrong with gay stalker?
What?
Gay stalker.
Or straight stalker. Or trans stalker.
Everybody's like, Greg ruins the show.
Greg does not ruin
Thank
the show.
you, Uncle Magoo. If you don't like it.
Uncle Magoo?
If you don't like it, I'm sure there's some failed 1210 host that's talking about the Constitution right now with his bad, dumb, fake teeth.
Greg gives
Go listen to him.
Sheet.
You and all the other 10 fans of his. The Constitution says. Shut up.
Wow.
Had a 1 share on this radio station. But yes, tell me again how he's successful. Thank you very much. All right.
Wow.
The fact of the matter is we went 34 minutes without taking a break, and we really need to take a break.
Spanking machine.
Yeah.
All right.
It's what I do to make good radio.
You know, I've come around. I actually think Dawn's right.
Boy, you are so easily convinced.
I can.
Hold your ground, Kayal.
You know what?
You waste of skin, as Conrad called me.
Yeah.
Where's my husband? He's going to call Nick. Don't ever tell her she's right.
I think she's right, Larry. I think she's right. Back after this.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
Make magic happen with Kitchen Magic. Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years and 60,000 homeowners. Kitchen Magic's experts will guide you every step of the way, from free in-home design consultation to top-notch installation. Whether refacing, new cabinetry, or complete makeover, your kitchen transformation is covered with quality American-made products. Your new kitchen will be as functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
President Trump is making New Jersey safer, securing the border and deporting dangerous criminals. And he's getting no help from Phil Murphy and Trenton Democrats. I'm Jack Chittarelli. That all changes when I'm governor. On day one, we'll end Murphy's sanctuary state and ban sanctuary cities. We'll work with ICE and take the handcuffs off our police to keep our communities safe. It's time Trenton Democrats realize we need to protect our communities. When I'm governor, we will.
Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor Inc., 99 Gray Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030. 800-483-3030.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Ah, yeah, Scale and Company 942, fresh off a 35-minute commercial-free hour where we can't go that long.
By the way, can I just say this? Somebody asked me what I have against former radio hosts here. Truth of the matter is, I have nothing against former radio hosts here. I like that dude has always been really nice to me, and I have no problems. I have no issues with him whatsoever. I'm just trying to like spice things up a little bit here, okay? It's called entertainment, people. Yeah. We're trying to entertain you as well as inform you.
And just one other note too. You have to remember, it's a little different now than it was in 2022, 2023, and the first 10 and a half months of 2024. So we don't have Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to bang on every single day or to talk about assassination attempts or weaponized government. So if we organically, naturally, and authentically disagree on a space shuttle story, just go along for the ride.
And by the way,
by the way, none of that was contrived.
No.
That was all authentic.
It was.
It's what we do here. It's what we do here. It's all authentic. That's why the show's successful, by the way. I'm just saying. Like, you know, there's no secret sauce here. We're just three entertaining, good people that have sometimes the same opinions, sometimes different opinions. Right?
And we don't know in advance what the opinions will be.
Just remember, Dawn is always right.
99% of the time, Dawn is right 60% of the time.
Except in this.
There you go.
Dawn is right.
All right, so we're going to step aside again because we have to pay some bills.
Why don't you take a card?
All right, let's actually take, we've got two. Let's start with Ted in Swarthmore. He agrees with Dawn Stendhal.
Of course.
Ted, you go right ahead. Ladies first.
Good morning, Nick and Dawn and Greg. I enjoy your show. I start out my morning listening to you all the way and still listen to it. But Dawn is absolutely the professional in the room.
Absolutely is. Yeah.
And Dawn, you ruled the Beavis and Butthead hour that just took place.
Hey.
Because there is no SpaceX Uber. You guys might want to start that, though.
Be fun.
Yeah, that'd be
I'm
fun.
a capitalist. If I was intelligent enough to figure out how to do it, I would.
There you go.
By the way, for all the haters out there, the only successful morning shows on this radio station have been with me in them. So
That's right.
Ooh.
True story.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
go to Caroline, who's not necessarily a fan, but she's got some thoughts. Hello, Caroline.
Yes, hello, Nick and company. Dawn is saying that a Biden administration left those astronauts out there for political purposes. But I heard on NBC they said that SpaceX wasn't ready to go until March. So that contradicts what she's saying. And I wish you would have somebody on from Piazza to say whether they think these tariffs on the auto industry are a good idea. This is going to put the auto industry out of business. It would take 15 years to bring manufacturing back here. And meanwhile, he's tanking the stock market, costing trillions of dollars for investors. And
Well,
this
why would
is
it
not
take
gonna
15
work.
years, Caroline? They just they're just launching an operation in Louisiana. That didn't take 15 years, did it?
Well, to bring all auto plants back here would take 15 years in supply chains.
By the way, we're not on the same
this
side.
This is going to cause the Cubanization of American cars. Everyone is going to be driving around in old
Cubanization?
Your voice is going to cost me.
Does that mean more
Cubanization
Cuban
of-
food? Because I love Cuban food.
By the way, if
the lady who was going to vote for the
Authentic
socialist.
Cuban food.
if I'm on the same side as that woman, I retract everything I said, and Dawn is correct.
Nice to hear from you, Caroline.
All right, we have to break.
Even though you're crazy and we disagree.
Oh, we don't know if she's crazy.
We love you.
Yeah.
And I want everybody to listen. Left, right, crazy, stable. Back after this.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
In sports, it's the dream team. And if your car is out of warranty, there's a team for that as well. You, the driver, your mechanic, and Endurance to pay for the repair bills. I'm Danica Patrick. In the past 5 years, auto repair costs have gone up over 36%. 6%. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all. With an Endurance Auto Protection Plan, no matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done by the certified mechanic of your choice. Plans cover 24/7 towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, and lockout services. Act now and get the benefits of our Elite Plan, a $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again. So call now for your free quote.
Call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds for over 35 years. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's been a wild morning here on Kayal Company.
Can I say something before we go? I just wanted to read two differing emails. Dennis writes, Greg, Dawn is 100% right. NASA and Boeing did not want to be embarrassed by Elon and SpaceX for rescuing them. NASA told the astronauts to clam up. This is 100% the case. Dennis, okay?
Yep.
Steve writes, the Dragon capsule they came back in was there since August. So they could have come home at any time.
So we've accomplished nothing.
Yep. So we have two differing opinions on these things. So
yeah, Elon said that he was offering them a ride home on the Dragon capsule, but NASA kept saying no, they're not. So that even makes it worse.
Go yourself.
Boom.
But it was up there because they didn't actually come home on the thing that went up there to get them, right? So that Dragon capsule was up there.
Apparently.
So then my questioning
it's not like they
is
know
still
how to
valid.
Drive it, right?
I'm exhausted.
In other words, the Dragon capsule.
It didn't come up there manned.
It
didn't come up there manned.
Wherever the Dragon capsule was, NASA, the Biden administration, whatever the government was saying no.
I want a NASA guest tomorrow.
That's
No. God.
I just
want everybody to switch over to that low energy station.
One question,
that
one guest.
You can't get outside of
one
Manioc.
answer. It'll be a 60-second interview. Did they have the capability to get into some mode of transportation and go home? Yes or no? All right, thank you very much. Now back to Kayal Company. Boom. That's all I want to ask.
All right. Phil.
Let's get to the movie. By the way, we have to get to the movie first because we have Phillies tickets.
Phillies tickets!
That's right. Tuesday, April 15th, Phillies, Giants, Citizens Bank Park. If you can identify Jimmy Kelly's movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I don't like the way you talk to me. You drunk? Not yet. Well, then get out of my way. You didn't talk like this 2 years ago, did you? Running over budget and out of money? Did you ask me then how I could shave $2 million off our electrical costs? Shut up and help me with these people. And let me ask you, my dear father. Excuse me. Am I the only subcontractor you encouraged to cut corners? Excuse me? Where did you save the other $4 million in Doug's original budget?
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
As previously mentioned, Phillies tickets, Tuesday, April 15th, Phillies, Giants, Citizens Bank Park, Jackie Robinson Day, number 42. Best of luck, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Now we get to Phil Almquist and what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, April 1st, we celebrate the heavenly birthday of Jeff Porcaro from Toto, Ronnie Lane from The Small Faces, and Rudolph Eiley from the Eiley Brothers. We also lost Marvin Gaye on this day in 1984. Singles include Something So Strong by Crowded House in 87, Rosanna by Toto in 82, and Band on the Run by Wings in 74. Albums include 2112 by Rush. One of those days today.
2112 by
Yeah,
Rush.
thank you very much in 76. Aldo Nova's debut in 82, Solitude Standing by Suzanne Vega in 87, Journey's debut in 75, and The Way It Is by Bruce Hornsby and the Range in 86. Also in 85, David Lee Roth quit Van Halen. In 76, AC/DC made their UK live debut. In 83, Exodus guitarist Kirk Hammett got a call from Metallica's manager to audition for that band. By the way, I'll see Kirk in 3 weeks. In 78, the Philadelphia Phillies soccer team, owned by Paul Simon, Peter Frampton, and James Taylor, among others, made its debut. It lasted 3 years. And in 89, Living Colour is on SNL. But lastly, since it's April Fool's Day, a couple of music April Fool's jokes. In 70, John Lennon and Yoko Ono issued a statement to the press saying that they were going to have dual sex change operations.
Funny.
And in 2006, Spin Magazine published a review on GNR's album Chinese Democracy. Well, the album is released until 2 years later in 2008. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
Marvin Gaye, 1984, huh?
I remember that day like it was yesterday.
I was 4 months old. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show, which is coming up in just over 5.5 minutes.
We'll update you on everything with the economy. There is some strong economic news that we want to get to. I will say this, and Linda Kearns is going to join us, talk about the special elections in Wisconsin, Florida, and as well the big court ruling that happened yesterday in Pennsylvania, what it means for you and mail-in ballots. Thirdly, I'm going to say the Dragon capsule carrying the SpaceX crew to rescue the stranded astronauts took off from Kennedy Space Center in Florida March 14th, and then it brought them back home. Those stranded astronauts brought them back home Tuesday, March 18th. So it wasn't up there for, like, what are they saying, 9
Since
months?
August?
No. The Dragon capsule
I know
went there March 14th
I know this guy,
and brought
Steve.
them back home 4 days later.
I know this guy, Steve, and he doesn't steer me in the wrong direction. So
I'm just telling you what the launch pad information is.
Okay.
So
I'm going to launch
Boom.
myself onto the Schuylkill.
I know.
Maybe into the Schuylkill. Doug is
Don't say
in
that.
Deptford, and he's identified the movie. Hello, Dougie.
Hello.
What movie did we play?
It was Towering Inferno. I just watched it the other night.
Wow,
nice. Well, you're going to watch the Phillies and the Giants on Tuesday, April 15th. How's that sound?
Sounds superb.
All right, brother. Thank
Congratulations.
you very much. There he is, Dougie.
All right,
All right, Dawn, you have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go home and contemplate my existence and try to book a NASA guest.
And I'm going to learn to say 2112.
There you go. 21 Jump Street. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Bruno
Stay
on a
tuned.
Wednesday. Stay tuned for Dawn. She's up next.
Good night, everybody.
California Psychics. We know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if you're